Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have the, pursuant to Standing Order 36 Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Committees. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 30th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
In Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to its report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I take this opportunity to wish you and yours a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and in particularly to compliment the Public Safety Committee, which has worked admirably throughout this entire year. Thank you.
Thank you. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. McKay, seconded by Mr. Easter, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Fight Against Certain Forms of Modern Slavery through the Imposition of Certain Measures and Amending the Customs Tariff. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the arc of Judeo-Christian history, the seminal event is the enslavement of the Israelites by the Egyptians and the subsequent flight to freedom. And that is embedded in the theology and psyche of Jews and Christians alike. The Gospel of Jesus talks about freedom throughout all of his Gospels, and of course, unfortunately, the lineup of theology and practice does not always occur. Regrettably, at the height of the British Empire, the entire British Empire was built upon the notion of slavery, and the economic underpinnings were slavery. And it took possibly the most significant member of Parliament in the history of Westminster Parliament, namely William Wilberforce, to destroy the underpinnings of the British Empire and by destroying slavery. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, slavery is still here. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, you'll be shocked to know that there are more people enslaved now than there ever were at the height of the slave trade, the Atlantic slave trade. This bill gives an opportunity for consumers to know whether, in fact, anywhere along the supply chain of the product they are buying or the service that they are using, slave or forced labor conditions applies. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm anticipating that this bill will receive a lot of support, pan-Canadian support, and cross-party support. So it is my honour, Mr. Speaker, to introduce this bill and hope that it moves through the process quickly. Thank you.
Mr. McKay, seconded by Mr. Easter, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Kelly, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill S-243, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, reporting on unpaid income tax, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's indeed my pleasure to introduce the Fairness for All Canadian Taxpayers Act, measuring the tax gap to fight international tax evasion. And this bill is a common sense measure that will help ensure accountability to parliamentarians as we fight tax evasion, in particular international tax evasion, something that I'm sure is very important to all Canadians. And indeed, I hope that I will have the support of all parties in this matter, because I'm sure that most parliamentarians would take very seriously the issue of tax evasion and would like to see increased measures to ensure accountability for the agency as it combats international tax evasion and avoidance.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? Motions. Motion. Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from the ridings of Kanata-Carleton, Orleans, and Kingston and the Islands. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' money studying a ban on guns that are already banned.
Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition from constituents in my riding of Oshawa that is calling upon the Prime Minister to defend the freedoms of conscious thought and belief and withdraw the attestation requirement for applicants to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. I think you're aware, Mr. Speaker, there has been some changes, but they still have these requirements, and I think people are still very, very concerned. This is an issue of conscience and rights, and I think the Prime Minister needs to be told over and over again to do the right thing. Thank you.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a number of citizens from Oshawa who have been writing in. They're concerned that Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms identifies freedom of conscience, thought, and freedom of belief as fundamental freedoms, that the government must defend the rights of all Canadians regardless of whether the current government agrees with them. They believe the current government's attestation requiring Canada Summer Jobs Program applicants to hold the same views as the government contravene the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and so they call on the government to defend the freedoms of conscience, thought, and belief and withdraw the attestation requirement, Mr. Speaker, that still exists for applicants to the Canada Summer Jobs Program.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Because frontline domestic violence workers are saving women's lives and because they are the most underfunded nonprofit group in the country, petitioners from Nanaimo and Ladysmith and Ottawa call on this government to recognize the need for reliable, long-term core operations funding. Domestic violence shelters, feminist organizations are struggling to keep the lights on and to keep staff in place. They don't need program funding, they need core operations funding. The petitioners urge the government to direct federal funding to women's organizations and dedicate the political and financial support that they need to keep women in our country alive. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Similar to others that have been presented, I have a petition from dozens of Canadians who say that they believe the government's attestation requiring Canada's Summer Jobs Program applicants to hold the same views as the government would contravene the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and therefore they call upon the Prime Minister to defend the freedoms of conscience, thought, and belief and withdraw the attestation requirement for applicants to the Canada Summer Jobs Program.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 2026. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's response to questions number 2025 and 2027 to 2029 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Pleasure of the House. The aforementioned questions be made orders for return that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate on the amendment for the consideration of a motion respecting a Senate amendment to Bill C-76, Elections Modernization Act.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Democratic Institutions, that in relation to the Senate amendment to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill, and that 50 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the Senate amendment of said bill any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chager, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that in relation to the Senate amendment to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make certain consequential amendments, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the Senate amendment of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I would invite the honourable members who would like to ask questions to rise so that the chair has an idea of the number of members who would like to participate in this question period.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm so disappointed to see this happen yet again. I believe that this is actually the 50th time this government has shut down the ability of members of Parliament to speak. In only 3 short years, the Liberals have, they came on the self-righteous platform that they were going to be respecting Parliament and not moving time allocation and not shutting down debate. And this is the 50th time they have done it. And they're doing it on a bill that is rigging the system to help them in the next election. This is unbelievable to see yet again. As we're getting ready, we're at our last few days in this beautiful place, and this place will be shut down for a number of years. This is what these Liberals are leaving us to remember them by as we head off into the Christmas holidays, that this is the 50th time in only 3 years that they are cutting off our ability to speak on behalf of our constituents. How in the world, Mr. Speaker, can these Liberals say that they respect Parliament, that they respect democracy, that they respect fairness? Because if this is their example, we really are in big trouble.
Exactly. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let's just be clear what we're debating today. We're debating a technical amendment that was made in the Senate that was actually a reflection of an all-party committee in the House of Commons that actually all political parties put forward this amendment to make to ensure that we were banning foreign funding from partisan advertising at all times. And this is very simply a technical amendment to ensure that this occurs during the election period as well. It was a drafting error when the amendment was made in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and this was actually an amendment that all 3 political parties put forward. This is something that actually reflects the spirit of this place because it's something that we all agree on. And that's why we're doing this, because we need to make sure that this is in place to not have any foreign funding in the upcoming election. Thank you, Mr.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is important to ask the Minister for Democratic Reform a question about the democracy here in the House, even just yesterday. Yesterday we had Liberal members who did not show up to Industry Committee, Innovation Committee, because they were told to listen to the Prime Minister's speech. What ended up happening is that we didn't have quorum, and we had witnesses that had to wait for over an hour. And then subsequently, when we did finally reconvene, they said that they were basically told by the whip to listen to the Prime Minister in the chamber here as opposed to attending our committee, where we had people fly in and we had people on video teleconference. And then the subsequent result was that, Mr. Speaker, was the fact that we could only have 5 minutes each of rounds of questioning with the actual witnesses. One of them was Ticketmaster, which I had a particular interest with regards to consumer rights and protection. So I'd like to ask the Minister of Democratic Reform why the whip would insist and why the party would not even send one member of Liberal member to have quorum to hear from witnesses in the expense and the time and the cost that was associated to the sham.
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for raising this issue. However, today we're here to talk about C-76 and the Elections Modernization Act, and I know that this is just as important for the New Democrats as it is for the Liberals. We've had great collaboration. I have to say that, working with the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley as well as the member from Hamilton Centre, they put forward some great suggestions, and this bill is really a reflection of the hard work of parliamentarians, and particularly the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which spent the better part of a year studying the recommendations from the CEO of Elections Canada, and 85% of those recommendations are here in this legislation. And so it is precisely because of the hard work of parliamentarians on committees, in this place, in the other place, that we have what is an excellent bill. And let me just quote the CEO of Elections Canada, who said, "Bill C-76 remains overall an essential piece of legislation, and he has encouraged all parliamentarians to get this done by the time this place rises for the Christmas holidays to ensure that it can be in place for 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? The honourable member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be able to be here today on what is one of our last days in this beautiful building. This government talks about the fact that we're here today looking at drafting errors and correcting more drafting errors in their legislation. This is not the first time we've done this. We've done this a dozen different times. We've come back and the government's written legislation, they presented it, they've confidently set it forward, and then it turns out there's all kinds of problems and issues and errors within it. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a reflection of this government's continuing incompetence, and it's not just on this one issue, because we can take a look at the things that they promised when they got elected that they haven't been able to fulfill, or they've ran away from. We've talked lots about balanced budgets here in the last few days in the House and the failure of this government to keep its promises. We're all familiar with the small business tax hikes, the attack on the small business community that was only turned back after Canadians across the country spoke up and rebelled against this government. Their first electoral reform disaster, that commitment that they'd made and they couldn't keep it or whatever, and the carbon tax, of course, everyone's familiar with. But I'm just wondering, is this rigged election bill really the right way for us to finish our time in this beautiful building before we move out for the Christmas season and for the next few years?
Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, C-76 is incredibly important because it will ensure that all Canadians have the right to vote. And I, for one, on this side of the House, firmly believe that if you are a Canadian citizen, you have the right to vote, and we should ensure that that is possible. That's why C-76 is important, and that's why it reverses many of the changes that were made under the previous government's so-called Fair Elections Act that Statistics Canada estimated made it so that over 170,000 Canadians would not be able to cast their ballot, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that's right. Canadians don't think that's right, and that's why C-76 is so important. And I would remind my honourable colleague that this is a technical amendment that was found in the other place because of amendments brought forward because of amendments put forward by all parties of this House, of this place, at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And this is an amendment that we all agree on because it's important to ensure that we don't have foreign funding. And I have had great conversations with members of the Conservative Party on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee who have done a really good job at bringing forward important amendments that have strengthened this.
Questions? The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to rise in what will likely be the last time in this place before it closes for renovations. And I'm very sensitive to the irony of getting up on a time allocation motion for a bill having to do with the Elections Act, of all things, something that in the last Parliament Liberal members were quick to point out should never be done, because the Elections Act is one of the kind of basic instruments of democracy in Canada, and it's important that not only that the Elections Act not favor one group over another within Parliament, but that it not be seen to do that, which is why the process around it is so important and why it's so important to get everybody on board. And we've seen, despite the flowery speech we had from the Prime Minister yesterday in this place about Centre Block and what's happened here, a pattern of disrespect for Parliament. As far as I'm concerned, we think of some of the early indications around Motion 6. We think of the government's treatment of the good work on electoral reform and change that was done through the special committee on electoral reform that was essentially thrown in the waste bin by the government the day that it was delivered. We think of the super closure motion on the legislation to legislate Canada Post workers back to work, which undermined not just parliamentary democracy, but another form of democracy, which is collective bargaining in the workplace. And I have to say, for a minister who's stressing the nature of the technical amendment that we're making and the fact that all parties supported it at proc in the House of Commons, there's another irony, which is that she's relying on an undemocratic institution, the Senate, to have done that work because the government wouldn't accept that work in the House, in the actual democratic House. So why is it that we have to undemocratic House in order to get changes to our democratic instruments here in Canada, Mr. Speaker?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I need to clarify something from my honourable colleague there, because it was actually the intention of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to include this, and it was a drafting error. And so it's not that, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee didn't notice this. It's that it was simply a drafting error, and it was something that was brought forward by all members of the committee, including that from the NDP. And of course, I am glad to note as well that the NDP had supported this piece of legislation at third reading in the House. I hope they will do so today, because it is important and it contains elements that both of our parties feel very strongly about, because ultimately this is about Canadians and Canadians' ability and right to cast their ballot, and to ensure that they're doing that in an accessible way. And so I do think that it is extraordinarily important that we get this done. We're talking about a couple of words that will make sure that there is no foreign funding for issue advertising during the writ period, something that we can all get behind. That was the intention of the amendments that were brought forward at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and it's important that we get this done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is kind of ironic. This will be the last chance I get to speak in this chamber, at least for a decade. And that's Ottawa time, we never know. But it is very ironic that we're speaking on a motion of closure. These changes that the minister is bringing forward, I think she's not fooling anybody. It's being called the Election Rigging Act. And you just think of the incompetence over and over again with this government. As you know, Mr. Speaker, in Oshawa, we had a horrible announcement. Yesterday, workers in Sudbury found out about Bombardier, the contract for an infrastructure project. Actually, a Canadian company is not even being successful bidding on that, and those trains are going to be built in California. So it's just a testament to this government over and over again of their incompetence. And I was wondering if we could ask the minister, really, does she think that Canadians are going to be fooled by what they're bringing forward? And do they think that the Canadians have confidence in this government when they considerably, over and over again, say one thing and do another thing?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just remind the House that it was in fact the Conservative Party that filibustered this piece of legislation every step of the way in committee. And so we would have absolutely preferred to have more time in this House to be able to debate this piece of legislation. However, the Conservative Party made that extraordinarily difficult. On this side of the House, and I believe we share this with Canadians, is that actually we want people voting. We don't want voter suppression tactics. We don't want ways to discourage people from, and it was the highest voter turnout in 2015 in recent times, because they wanted to get rid of the previous government, Mr. Speaker. That's why so many people came out to vote, because you know what they wanted, Mr. Speaker? They wanted representatives in this place that would fight for their rights, that would stand up for their fundamental charter right to cast their ballot and vote. And that is what this government is delivering. That's what's important for Canadians, and that's what we're going to ensure will be in place for 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government has been very brave about trampling on charter rights of the labour movement and trampling collective bargaining in its railroaded through the House at top speed back to work legislation for postal workers. So that's hard to hear from the Democratic Reform Minister. However, my question through you, the Chief Electoral Officer was very clear with the Liberal government that in order to bring into place the changes to the Conservatives' Unfair Elections Act in time for them to be fully implemented for the 2019 election, 1 year from now, that they had to have legislation adopted this past April. Now, it was the day after the deadline set by the Chief Electoral Officer that the Liberal government actually introduced its bill in the House, so completely missing the deadline. And then now here we are 10 months later, jamming through and again shortening debate and issuing time allocations, something that the Liberals in opposition said that they would never do in the way that the Conservatives had. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Democratic Reform Minister is, if she had actually met the deadline set very clearly by the Chief Electoral Officer, would she be needing to use these undemocratic techniques today in order to get the Elections Act adopted in time?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise, as I know that this is probably the last day for my colleague from Ladysmith, Nanaimo Ladysmith, in this place, and I have enjoyed working with her over the past few years. I think she's a tremendous colleague, and I wish her much luck in her future endeavours out in British Columbia. With regards to this specific item that we are debating here today, let me remind the House that we have, in fact, passed this legislation here at third reading in this place at the end of October, and we are simply debating a very minor technical amendment, but that has very important ramifications for the election. The entirety of the bill remains as is. We are adding about 2 words here, but it's important to ensure that there is no foreign funding when it comes to issue advertising in our election, an amendment that was proposed by all parties in this House, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, something that we all agree on and that will absolutely strengthen this bill and strengthen our democracy and our elections in 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach. I'm sorry, Edmonton Manning. Pardon me.
Sorry.
Yeah. I won't take Griesbach for change, Mr. Speaker, but thank you very much for giving me the time, maybe last time, in this wonderful building. I think with this bill, what we see, we don't see that this government is trying to increase the number of the turnout on the voters in the next election. I think they're trying to enhance their chances to win the next election by rigging the system the way it's appearing in every element of the bill. What will the minister say? What will the minister say? And I hope I don't get that interruption. What will the minister say about some non-citizens receiving calls from Liberal candidates to say, yes, they can vote in 2019 while they're still not citizen? We've got so many complaints coming to our offices, and I would like to hear the minister comment on that, please.
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, that's a lot of conjecture coming from the member opposite. This bill absolutely will increase the number of Canadians who will be able to vote, but let me underscore Canadian. A Canadian is a citizen. A Canadian is a citizen. That is very important to remember. And actually, what this bill does is 2 very important things. One, it enables Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada to share information with Elections Canada to ensure that non-citizens are not on the voters list. So this is actually an improvement that wasn't there previously. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this also ensures that we are enabling vouching and voter information cards to be used for our most vulnerable Canadians who don't have the kind of mainstream identification that many Canadians have. But this is important, and in fact, I believe, and I think members across the way would agree, that our most vulnerable Canadians are the ones that we need to be voting, because their voices are important when it comes to social policy and decisions that we're making in this place. And with regards to the erroneous information that the member opposite provided, what he's going on is a Toronto Sun piece that was talking about how Elections Canada sends out voter information cards. This is a very important thing to correct, and ensures that they are cleaning up the voters list. But Canadian citizens are not able to do this. And it wasn't a voter information card that was sent out. It's a voter registration card that they don't send to specific individuals. They send to households because there are millions of Canadians that move between elections, and they want to have
questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. For many reasons, the Minister has actually indicated why it is this is great legislation that will enhance Canada's democracy. And what we've seen, whether it's the first reading, second reading, committee stage, third reading, when it goes over to the Senate, and now it's being back here, the Conservatives have one objective, and that is to prevent this legislation from passing, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. That is actually very, very clear. And so those individuals that see this legislation as good legislation should in fact be supporting the government's measure, even in time allocation, to get this through, Mr. Speaker. Because if we do not have time allocation, the Conservatives will not allow it to pass. Right. What would my colleague, the Minister responsible, recommend to our New Democratic friends who have supported time allocation in the past, Mr. Speaker? Would she recommend that they seriously look at, if they support the legislation, because the Conservatives do not want this to ever come to a vote, would she encourage them to actually support the time allocation on this bill?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Winnipeg North for that question. And I would absolutely encourage the New Democrats to support this bill at this stage as well, because we both have principles and objectives herein that we think are important for Canadians to receive, and I hope that as of the other stages of this piece of legislation that they will continue to support us. But I'm also going to use this opportunity to continue on with my previous answer, because it is very important that Canadians have the correct information. And unfortunately, the Conservatives have been sending out not the correct information. They have not been telling the truth with regards to this bill, and that is really important for Canadians to hear, because this legislation is about ensuring that Canadians have the right and the ability to cast their ballot. It will only be Canadian citizens, as is the case currently, who are able to cast their ballot. If you are not a Canadian citizen and you cast your ballot, that is an illegal offense and you will be held to account for it. But it is really extraordinarily important that we don't fearmonger, that we don't spread misinformation, and that we tell the truth when it comes to our elections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister needs to be more honest herself on this thing. She knows full well that there are voter ID cards that are going out across this country that are going to non-citizens. She knows that. So when she stands up and says only Canadian citizens can vote, technically that's correct, but she knows that the system is failing those who are Canadians. Our act required that the Canadians were the ones who voted, and they needed to have some ID to show that. They are removing that. These voter ID cards are notoriously inaccurate. Everybody knows that. Already a year ahead of an election, non-citizens are getting those notices that they will be able to vote. Instead of addressing the problem and acknowledging that there is a problem, she's misleading Canadians by trying to convince them that there isn't one. The Canadians' rights to vote need to be protected, and that means that only Canadians should be voting. She has a bigger responsibility here, and I'm just wondering why the Liberals are failing to protect that right for Canadians so that they're the ones who are voting for their leaders.
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
There was so much wrong in that speech there. That first of all, they're voter information cards. They're not voter identification cards. They're used to establish residency in conjunction with another piece of identification that confirms identity. The other part is that there, as I have said, I literally just said right before, you must be a Canadian citizen in order to cast a ballot. The information that they're trying to spread about non-Canadians receiving cards has already been clarified by Elections Canada. And in fact, the article that they cite in the Toronto Sun had to be corrected because it wasn't providing the correct information. Mr. Speaker, It is very important that we don't provide misinformation to Canadians with regards to voting, that we clarify, and that we ensure that we are providing truthful information, because it is so important that Canadians are empowered to cast their ballot, because that is their opportunity to decide who will be representing them here in this place, and we need to be honest with the information that we're sharing, and we absolutely want as many Canadians as possible to cast their ballot in 2019.
Questions. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to pick up on a point that was brought up by the opposition House Leader with respect to time allocation. And to make the point, I want to go back to the throne speech way back in November of 2015, just after sunny ways, which have turned into dark clouds, as we know, the misleading of Canadians with respect to the policies of this Liberal government as it relates to multiple issues, including this particular one. And it says, this is what the Prime Minister wrote in the throne speech delivered by the Governor-General, and to give Canadians a stronger voice in the House of Commons, the government will promote more open debate, free votes, and reform and strengthen committees. Also notable are the things that the government will not do. It will not use government ads. It will not interfere with the work of parliamentary officers, and it will not resort to devices like prorogation or omnibus bills to avoid scrutiny. Well, we've seen a lot of that happen over the course of this Parliament in this hallowed chamber. Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that the government is using Bill C-76 to mislead Canadians and to rig the next election?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I think the member opposite is confused because he's recalling C-23 from the previous Parliament that the Conservatives brought in, the so-called Fair Elections Act, which was roundly criticized across the country and indeed around the world because it used voter suppression tactics seen in other jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, it is extraordinarily important that we pass C-76 because I, and I believe many people in this House, irrespective of party, actually hold the principle of Canadians voting dear, and they actually believe that Canadians should go and to the polls and cast their ballots. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're not afraid of Canadians going to the polls. We're not afraid of empowering more Canadians to vote. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, that fundamental right is what drives this legislation, and Canadians are at the core and at the heart of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I had the opportunity to visit Winnipeg a couple of years ago, I met a gentleman living in a homeless shelter who wanted to vote for my colleague from Winnipeg Centre, and he ended up going to a money mart and paying money in order to get photo ID because he did not have a driver's license, he didn't have anything with his photo on it, and he was living in a homeless shelter. So in order to vote for my colleague, he had to pay money that he didn't have because of legislation that they had brought in, the other side. I'm just wondering if the minister thinks that someone should actually have to take money out of their own pocket to pay in order to vote, and that just shows how dedicated that gentleman was to vote in order to go and get something, and money that he did not have, that he could have used for food, that he could have used perhaps to save to get his own place to live.
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Oakville North Burlington for that question, and I think it gets at the core of what C-76 is trying to do. It's trying to ensure dignity for all Canadians when they want to go and cast their ballot. Mr. Speaker, I don't know about you, but I have scrutineered at polling stations before, and when you see someone who is going to cast their ballot who's been refused, or someone who has gotten the courage, because even though voting is a relatively simple thing, it can actually be quite a scary and daunting thing for the first time, and especially for people who don't feel like they are necessarily included in society. And Mr. Speaker, this is extraordinarily important to ensure that they have the dignity, that they are empowered, and that they can vote with confidence. Section 3 of the Charter guarantees our right to vote. That is what this bill is achieving. That is what this bill is protecting. And
I'm going to try and get two more questions in. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
very much, Mr. Speaker. And this bill had hundreds of amendments to it because it was so deeply flawed. It was also put under time allocation, not just here in the House, but also at committee, which the Liberals vociferously argued against. So this is not just a day of history, as this place, this historic place we are in, begins its final hours before it goes under renovations. It is also a day of irony that the last bill that is passing out of here is a bill about the foundations of our democracy, how we vote, how it is that our votes are counted. Now, it must be somewhat ironic for the minister, because her first act, as she'll well know as minister, was to fall on her sword for the Prime Minister and break the electoral reform promise. That was the first thing. And the last thing that she'll be doing is passing a bill through the House restricting debate on a democratic bill, which the Liberals said they shouldn't do, that nobody should ever do. So it's unfortunate. And the reason for this is there was so much delay. She knows that as well as I. My one question is this. As we look ahead, Liberals put very little in to protect Canadians against hacking from foreign governments. As we're seeing what's happening with China and Russia and all these foreign agents right now, does she not believe, as her own members on the Ethics and Information Committee believe, that political parties must be under privacy laws, not just suggestions, not just something on a website, but under privacy laws, as Liberals on their own committee agreed just yesterday?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for the question, and I thank him for his hard work on this file, and it's been a privilege to work with him, and it's been a privilege to serve with everyone in this House on what is, we're here representing Canadians, and it's a real honour and privilege to do just that. In C-76, there are important measures with regards to privacy, as my colleague mentioned, but also with regards to ensuring that there's no foreign funding or foreign interference in our next election. C-76 is integral and imperative that we pass in order to protect our elections in the next year. I welcome and congratulate the members of the Ethics Committee on what was an excellent report, a report and study and investigation that garnered international headlines for the good work that they did. I'm currently reviewing their recommendations, and I thank them for that work. And as I have always said, I welcome further study on this issue, and I look forward to continuing and carrying on this discussion, because members from all parties did truly excellent work, and I am sure that we can continue to work together in the future to ensure that we get this right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I did say I would try to get two in, but we actually ran out of time there. So in that being the case, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Ms. Jagger, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that in relation to the Senate amendment to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill. And
à ce projet de loi que 15 minutes avant
that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the Senate amendment of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
La question est...
The question is as follows. Ms. Shiger, seconded by Ms. Gould, moved that in relation to the Senate amendment to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill. Shall I dispense? Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Mrs. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est Île des Sœurs.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Nan Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr.
Mendocino.
Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoura.
Mr. Lamoura.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Barani.
Mr. Barani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Moss.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Mr. Elcoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Ravillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanger.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Aid.
Mrs. Aid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr.
Ms.
Nicholson.
Gladue.
Ms. Gladder.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Echemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Echemins-Lévis.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty. Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Oglinski.
Mr. Oglinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor
Ms.
West.
Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Lavardière.
Madame Lavardière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir. Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 98, 98.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion carried.
Order. I would ask honorable members to take their conversations into the lobbies or elsewhere. And if members would be so kind as to assist me by saying, thank colleagues for their assistance. I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on December 4, 2018 by the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley concerning certain responses to oral questions. Je remercie le député d'avoir soulevé.
I would like to thank the member for having raised the issue and the parliamentary secretary for the government leader in the House, as well as the members for Portage-Lisgar,
and the House Leader for the opposition, official opposition, and the member for Timmins Bay James for his comments.
In that, during question period on December 3rd and 4th, in response to questions about members of the Liberal caucus, the Prime Minister and the Government House Leader threatened opposition members with legal proceedings if they repeated their allegations outside of the House. He felt that this constituted intimidation that could prevent the opposition from holding the government to account and therefore a violation of his privileges. For sa part, le secrétaire parlementaire.
For his part, the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader reminded members that the privilege of free speech comes with a sense of responsibility for any remarks made. He argued that the question raised was simply a disagreement as to facts.
That members enjoy absolute immunity when speaking during our deliberations. Free speech, a cornerstone of the rights and parliamentary privileges accorded to members, is, as explained in citation 75 of the 6th edition of Beauchesne at page 22, and I quote, both the least questioned and the most fundamental right of the member of Parliament on the floor of the House and in committee, unquote. Quoi qu'il soit essentiel au
But while it is essential to the functioning of our parliamentary business, the word free cannot be thought to be synonymous with limitless. Speaker Fraser stated on May 5th, 1987, at page 5766 of the debates, and I quote, such a privilege confers grave responsibilities on those who are protected by it. All honorable members are conscious of the care they must exercise in availing themselves of their absolute privilege of freedom of speech. That's why there are long-standing practices and traditions observed in this House to counter the potential for abuse.
I do not have the power to comment on the scope of the answers given by the government, nor to rule on the disagreement existing between the members as to the interpretation to be given to the facts. Speaker Jerome affirmed this on June 4, 1975, at page 6431 of debates, and I quote, a dispute as to facts, a dispute as to opinions, and a dispute as to conclusions to be drawn from an allegation of fact is a matter of debate and not a question of privilege, end of quote. Selon la procédure,
The third edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice at page 148 makes it clear that my role is limited to, and I quote, take into account the extent to which the matter complained of infringed on any member's ability to perform his or her parliamentary functions, end of quote.
Case, the member has not demonstrated to the chair that he was prevented from speaking in parliamentary proceedings and therefore unable to perform his parliamentary duties. Accordingly, I cannot find that there is a prima facie breach of privilege. That being said, everyone must consider the content of their remarks in this House. Members, of course, have broad freedom of speech, but we must never forget potential effect of the words spoken during the vigorous debates that animate this House. Self-restraint and the utmost of respect are required in all circumstances. Je remercie les honorables députés de leur attention.
I thank all honorable members for their attention. Thursday, December 6, 1998, the Standing House Committee on Procedure presented the House with its 90th report. The recommendation made in the committee report designated Bill C-421, an act to amend the citizenship, recognizing the French language in Quebec, sponsored by the member for Pointe-de-L'Île, as not being votable pursuant to Section 92, 4 of the standing orders, the committee's decision was appealed by filing an appeal with the Speaker of the House along with 5 other members representing the parties of the House.
Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille, in relation to the designation of Bill C-421, meets the requirements of Standing Order 92-4, and accordingly I direct that a secret ballot be held on Tuesday, January 29 and Wednesday, January 30, 2019 on the following motion: that Bill C-421, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, adequate knowledge of French in Quebec, be declared votable. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bill Commons, resuming debate on the amendment to the consideration of a motion respecting a Senate amendment on Bill C-76, Elections Modernization Act.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deliberations on time allocation, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Debate.
Christina Bulkley Valley has 4 minutes remaining in questions and comments. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we have before us, I believe, is very positive legislation that will have a positive impact on democracy in Canada. I know from personal experience, whether it's the voter identification card or many other aspects of the legislation that the Minister has brought forward, it's going to assist in enabling, I believe, more participation in elections. We're seeing Elections Canada, a good majority of the recommendations that were brought in from the previous Chief Electoral Officer being incorporated. This is good legislation, and given the significance of the day, many have attributed the fact that this might even be the last day in this beautiful chamber for the next 10 years. I think it's an appropriate thing to be debating this particular bill, and that it is a positive piece of legislation that will enhance Canada's democracy. And if the member would like to provide a comment or...
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker, there is some history being made. There's also an ironic sense of history because the Liberals have put this entire bill under time allocation, which my friend who just asked the question when he sat in opposition said was a horrible thing for the then Harper government to do. So yes, it is historical. It is also ironic. And my question to the government consistently through this was, we need to put all of the political parties under privacy laws, because that was a recommendation from the Chief Electoral Officer and the Privacy Commissioner, and the study that was commissioned by the Minister herself of our spy agencies to prevent the threat of foreign hacks into our election, as happened in the Brexit vote and the recent U.S. federal election. The Liberals ignored all of that and said, we just want to study that threat some more. What a great thing to do with a threat. This place is historic. This place does deserve our respect. And passing a bill this way, with this major flaw missing out of the bill's entire composition, is an unfortunate way to commend this place to the renovation knife for some number of years.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to hear my colleagues' thoughts on some of the remarks by the Minister today. She's made a lot out of the fact that, what's come back from the Senate is effectively a technical amendment, that, all parties support this, and it was really just missed in the drafting. It was a drafting error. And she says that, PROC was looking at this issue for a year or more. But as I understand it, this bill certainly, PROC did not have this bill for a year. It's a huge bill with lots in it. It was time allocated in the House. It was time allocated in committee. And that kind of rushing to get things done, particularly after sitting on their hands for over 2 years in terms of bringing some of these important reforms, is exactly the way that you end up with technical errors in a bill. When you have a huge omnibus bill and you ram it through the House and you ram it through committee, that's how you get these kinds of mistakes. So now we're in the position of, being told we need to move this through the House quickly. I'm just wondering if my colleague could give us a little perspective on the process that's got us to here. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, and I thank my friend from Elmwood Transcona for the comment, because it was how we got here that was the problem. That the Liberals sat on this bill for hundreds of days, and sat on a previous version of the bill for hundreds of days more. And so having wasted almost 3 years in the process, as it gets closer to the election, Elections Canada actually told us there was a deadline that was over 200 days ago for the legislation to pass. We have it now, so not all this bill will be incorporated. That was the problem. And you'd think the Liberals, after having betrayed their promise on electoral reform, that the very next thing they would do to undo the Unfair Elections Act for the Harper government would have got on with it, that urgency of now. But it wasn't. And so now we have the Senate fixing a Democratic bill for the House that was passed. It's a shame and unfortunate, and entirely due to the lack of any sense of responsibility or urgency on the part of the government. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to rise in the House today to discuss Bill C-76, the Elections Modernization Act, with my esteemed colleagues. This bill is a generational change to the Canada Elections Act. Many of the changes proposed in this bill are long overdue and fulfill long-standing recommendations from the Chief Electoral Officer to adapt the administration of Canada's federal elections to a modern age. Bill C-76 contains measures on 4 important themes. The first, the bill seeks to make the electoral process more transparent to Canadians. Second, it aims to enhance the accessibility of elections to all Canadians. Third, it updates the Canada Elections Act to adapt to the ways in which our elections have changed. And fourth, finally, it seeks to strengthen the security and integrity of the Canadian elections. Mr. Speaker, I now wish to discuss the themes in greater detail to remind my colleagues of what exactly the bill proposes to do and how. With the introduction of fixed election dates in 2007, elections can begin in earnest well before the official writ is dropped. To address Bill C-76 introduces a pre-election period. When all political entities know that an election is likely to be held on the 3rd Monday of October in an election year, they're able to spend large sums of money in the medium term right before the election with no regulatory oversight until the drop of the writ. This new pre-election period will introduce limits on political parties and third parties in the months leading up to the writ period. Bill C-76 also introduces new requirements on third parties, including spending limits for the pre-election period, reporting on a greater number of activities, and the need to register with Elections Canada when spending more than $500 on partisan activity or election advertising. Additionally, new reporting mechanism for third parties to occur during the election campaign rather than after will ensure Canadians have a clearer look at how these entities spend money before they vote. The bill will also limit the actual election period to 50 days, which will help us avoid a long, drawn-out campaign like in 2015. Combined with the elimination of a prorated increase for spending, this bill saves taxpayers money. Mr. Speaker, this bill will also help make the electoral process more accessible for Canadians. Great care has been used in determining groups of Canadians who may face barriers when exercising their right to vote, including electors with disabilities, electors with trouble producing identification, electors living abroad, and electors in the Canadian Armed Forces. New measures in Bill C-76 will specifically aid these specific groups in exercising their franchise, along with general accessibility for all Canadians. The bill reforms many of the provisions allowing for people to vote outside of the polling station and redefines what can constitute an accessible polling place. For people who may have trouble producing appropriate identification, Bill C-76 will reintroduce provisions of vouching for an elector's identity or residence. Additionally, the Chief Electoral Officer will be able to approve the voter identification card as a piece of proof of residence. There are appropriate protections in place for these changes, so Canadians can be assured that the security of the election will not be sacrificed. Additionally, changes are being made to allow Canadians who have been living outside of Canada for over 5 years to vote. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the bill makes the electoral process more accessible for all Canadians. This includes candidates and young Canadians. Bill C-76 introduces new expense reimbursements to provide support to candidates with families and candidates with disabilities, or those that may care for someone with a disability. These changes come from the recommendations of the Chief Electoral Officer and should specify the administrative hoops which candidates were required to jump through in order to run their campaigns. Additionally, the bill enables the Chief Electoral Officer to establish a registrar for future electors. There are an estimated 1.5 million Canadians aged 14 to 17 who will be able to register with Elections Canada. Once they reach the age of 18, they will seamlessly be transferred to the Registrar of Electors and ready to exercise their right to vote. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to also particularly mention that I'll be splitting my time with a member from Guelph. Regarding the administration of the election, I'm going to go back to the register that we're creating. This register would be totally secure, separate from the established register, and completely voluntary. This register is an excellent way to engage young Canadians and harness interest in politics. Regarding the administration of the election, Bill C-76 also makes changes that will have an impact throughout the entire delivery of the elections. In the past, there was a degree of prescriptiveness which was necessary in the Election Act. However, this prescriptiveness has evolved from a necessity to a deterrent, or to a detriment. The bill gives the Chief Electoral Officer greater ability to organize the election in a more efficient and fair manner. These changes will impact polling place procedures and address a number of issues causing long lines at the polls. Lastly, Bill C-76 bolsters the security and integrity of our elections. The bill will make it more difficult for third parties to use foreign money during elections without facing penalties. I should also note that there's significant changes to the Commissioner of Canada Elections in this bill. The Commissioner will now be a part of the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer, as has been the case through most of our Commissioner's history. This relocation is accompanied by a new compliance mechanism, an administrative monetary penalties regime, which will allow the Commissioner to more efficiently allocate resources and provide him with a mechanism to enforce the Canada Elections Act without invoking criminal penalties. The Commissioner will also be given the ability to compel testimony, which will streamline his investigation of offences against the Act. Mr. Speaker, this is only a rough outline of what C-76 accomplishes. Canadians enjoy a high degree of confidence in our elections, which is especially important in these fractious times. We are convinced that Bill C-76 will help retain this high level of confidence in our elections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my friend to the debate around this bill. Very important, of course, and we've all recognized its passage, likely one of the last bills, if not the last bill passed out of Parliament. We're just discussing with some of the committee members on the Privacy and Ethics Committee that they've done a large study that was completed, which supplemented the study that the Democratic minister herself asked for from our Canadian spy agency, particularly about the threats to our election. And you have to follow this, and she knows it, but for Canadians watching, that the parties all collect an enormous amount of information about individual Canadians, voting preference, gender, income, all sorts of things to best understand the voter. Now, when a party is pursuing that voter to try to get them to vote a certain way, you can understand why the parties want to do that. That is the name of the game, and her party, after the last election, self-congratulated about how good they were at collecting that data. Now, here's the problem. Is that data is not falling under any restrictions or laws in terms of its protection from foreign actors or from individuals trying to hack out that data, as they did with the Democrats and probably Republicans, as they did in the Brexit scenario with Cambridge Analytica and all the rest. My question is this. This bill does nothing to protect that privacy of Canadians or protect our democracy from that foreign influence, from bad actors, domestically or international. Is that not something that we should put in? If we have the research, if we have the study and the information available that there is a real and present threat to our democracy, why do a democracy bill and omit that important piece, if not for partisan interests?
Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his work on this committee and on this piece of legislation. I'd also like to point out that the NDP and my colleagues across the way have been very supportive every step of the way when it comes to passage of Bill C-76. They were enthusiastic to see the voter identification card be placed back into this legislation. They were very happy to see the so-called Fair Elections Act be reversed through this piece of legislation. So I'm very grateful for all the hard work that they've done in supporting this legislation, and I understand the worry of my colleague, and all has not been lost. I know that the minister and our government does take foreign interference very seriously. We'll look into this issue, but this bill has made steps towards that. No foreign actors are allowed to participate financially in our elections, and also all those that are advertising on platforms such as Facebook or any other platforms will be made transparent. These are big steps towards transparency in our elections and also deterring those foreign actors from
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech in this. Now, one of the reasons brought up that was used for the changes to identification requirements of the so-called Fair Elections Act was to prevent voter fraud by people having insufficient identification fraudulently voting in elections. I'd like to ask the honourable member, has there been any documented instance in Canadian history of any significant voter fraud that had any influence on an election?
Member for Brampton North.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague again for that great question. There's been a lot of misinformation about this issue and a lot of fear raised about the issue. And of course, we all want, I think on all aisles of this House, want our elections to be safe and to be integral. But from listening to the Chief Electoral Officer, as being a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that passed this piece of legislation, went through over 300 amendments, we failed to see any instances where this was reported. The Chief Electoral Officer also said on the record that this was not a concern that he had seen in any past election. Thank you.
We have time for one more short question. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I find it ironic that the last question from a Liberal member to his own colleague seems to disregard the case law on this very fact of voting and voting fraud and voting irregularities. He should speak to his friend from Etobicoke, because there's a leading Supreme Court case on this called Opitz versus Revnesky. Now, I can say the case name in this House, Mr. Speaker, I think. And there, the Supreme Court of Canada actually determined issues related to irregularities and fraud, and actually at paragraph 43 of the decision equated them, Mr. Speaker. I'll quote the Supreme Court of Canada for that member. In associating the word irregularity with those words, Parliament must have contemplated mistakes and administrative errors that are serious and capable of undermining the integrity of the electoral process, Mr. Speaker. In many ways, fraud or serious irregularities with an election undermine the democratic process. So I'd ask this member, by enhancing more voting from people with no connection to Canada after many, many years, by allowing the voter identification card to be a substitute for the 30-plus types of identification for use, are they not enshrining more irregularities into the electoral process?
Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really welcome that question so that I can clarify the misconception that has been put out there by the Conservatives. And the Chief Electoral Officer has said that there was no significant hike in any voter fraud. Also, disenfranchising over 1 million people from being able to vote is very serious. We'd much rather on this side have people have the ability to vote in our fair election process than disenfranchising them because of one case, one instance that may have happened out there. So there's no serious threat of voter fraud, and this voter identification card does not replace the need for any other ID. It is one of two IDs that would be required, and you are still required a photo identification. So you would need a photo. You would also need a place of something with an address, and this provides that something with an address. So it is not what the ID needed alone to vote, and I feel that's the misconception that's been put out there. Let's have people vote, and let's people have their voice heard. This is Canada, after all.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to take the floor today to continue the debate on Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments, also known as the Elections Modernization Act, on behalf of my constituents in Guelph who are keenly interested in the Elections Canada Act, the changes that we're putting forward. Guelph has been a centre for elections fraud in other elections, and so they're wanting to see us take the steps necessary to ensure fair elections, especially in my riding of Guelph. I've participated in this debate in other stages through the House, and I'm very pleased to be able to weigh in after the Senate has had a chance to look at the bill, and we're approaching the final debating periods in this place. Bill C-76 does many things that will modernize our electoral system, including to make it more secure, more transparent, and more accessible. The bill builds on recommendations made by the Chief Electoral Officer following the 42nd general election. It was also informed by the study of these recommendations that was conducted by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and I was pleased to sit in on some of those meetings. It's noteworthy that this bill implements over 85% of the Chief Electoral Officer's recommendations, and also of note is that the parties were in agreement coming forward with what we have in front of us today. To set the stage for my comments, I'd like to quote the words of the former Chief Electoral Officer in his report. Over the years, amendments to the Act have added new requirements and made new rules with little regard to the overall burden placed on electors, candidates, parties, volunteers, and election workers. In the last decade, changes have been made without taking into account the rapidly shifting technological context. We now need to evaluate whether there are better ways to achieve the same results as we've had in the past. That's from our former Chief Electoral Officer, framing our discussion today. These words from the head of Elections Canada are a good illustration of the importance of modernizing our electoral process to bring it into the 21st century. That's why, by implementing the recommendations, Bill C-76 will make the electoral process more efficient for all involved, while continuing to protect the integrity of our elections. And this includes changes that will affect the candidates. I'd like to go through some of those measures that should be of particular interest to the members of this House. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Electoral Officer indicated that many aspects of the existing nomination process reflect a view of candidacy that's simply out of step with modern approaches. For example, the requirement for a witness to file the nomination documents suggests that the candidate is only reluctantly accepting the nomination. Bill C-76 proposes to modernize the process for prospective candidates. First, the changes to the Elections Canada Act proposed in Bill C-76 will allow either the candidate or a witness to file nomination papers. This change corrects an anachronism and at the same time respects the tradition by allowing the candidate to choose who is best to file these important documents. While on the subject of filing nomination papers, I'd also like to note that Bill C-76 will bring the necessary legislative amendments to allow Elections Canada to develop an electronic portal to allow documents to be filed electronically. Since all those present in this House have been candidates, we can all appreciate how these changes will facilitate the nomination process and bring it into the 21st century by taking advantage of available technologies. Another key change in Bill C-76 that will affect candidates is the removal of the $1,000 deposit requirement for prospective candidates. In late October 2017, Mr. Speaker, a court in Alberta held that the candidate nomination deposit was unconstitutional. The government did not appeal the decision, and Bill C-76 makes the necessary changes to comply with the decision. This change would remove a financial impediment to those participating in the electoral process as a candidate. Mr. Speaker, such a change aligns perfectly with an objective that is central to Bill C-76, that is, to make the electoral process more accessible. There are other changes affecting candidates that I would like to mention here, and this relates to the party's endorsement of candidates. Following Bill C-76, registered political parties will be able to provide Elections Canada with a list of all the candidates they are endorsing during the elections, the general election. Previously, parties had to do so individually in each electoral district for each candidate and with individual returning officers. This is a remnant from a time when the elections administration was highly centralized. There's no reason to allow such a burdensome process to continue in the 21st century. Going forward, returning officers will be able to confirm the endorsement of a candidate in the electoral district simply by looking at a global list provided by the registered political parties. These changes are only examples of how Bill C-76 will modernize our electoral processes. Another such example that relates to candidates is with respect to identification. I believe that many Canadians would be surprised to learn that while they, as electors, are required to show identification to vote, but we, as candidates, are not required to do so for the nomination process. This will also change with Bill C-76. Prospective candidates will be required to provide a proof of identification with their nomination papers. This will not limit the ability of a candidate to use another name by which they're commonly known, such as a nickname. It only means that if they wish to use a name other than the one that's on their identification, they will need to provide evidence that they are in fact known by this name. Mr. Speaker, we believe that this is a reasonable thing to ask candidates to provide evidence of their identity as a measure to ensure the integrity of our electoral system. The last series of changes I'd like to note are the amendments that Bill C-76 brings to the treatment of candidates' expenses during the election period. It's noteworthy that these changes are also made in response to the recommendations of the Chief Electoral Officer. Most importantly, changes are being made to the reimbursements of candidates with respect to expenses incurred during the election period for child care or the care of a person with a disability. Following the passage of Bill C-76, these expenses will not be counted towards a candidate's spending limit. The candidate will be allowed to use his or her personal funds to cover these expenses, and they will be reimbursed at 90% instead of the current 60%. We believe that this will prove an important measure that once again makes our elections more accessible to a wider range of candidates, including women and people with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, during the debates on this important legislation, we've talked a lot about the measures related to foreign interference, in fact, was mentioned in the previous speech, electors' identification requirements, and other issues coming from offshore. I'm pleased that the debate today has given me the opportunity to discuss some of the lesser-known aspects of the Elections Modernization Act. And really, I think we're heading in the right direction. The Senate's made some good suggestions. The committee was very collaborative and came forward with measures that really will improve our electoral process, including the process relating to candidates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Just to come back to a theme that my colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley has been pursuing, I think quite rightly, with respect to this legislation, is that for all the pomp and ceremony that we hear from government members about this legislation and how great it's going to be, there's two things that I find really objectionable about this bill. One is the fact that it took so long to get it at all, and then in exchange for the time that government took in order to prepare this bill and then get around to debating it, then they then say to Parliament that it's somehow our job to review a massive piece of legislation in a very short amount of time. I think there's something fundamentally unfair about that. This isn't the only place we've seen it, but particularly with respect to legislation that has to do with how we conduct our elections, I think it's wrong. So there's a process grievance on that side that perhaps the member would care to address. But on the other side is that for all the time that they took, they didn't include anything that actually has to do with ensuring that political parties are obligated by law to protect the privacy of Canadians' personal information that we know political parties harvest and use for their own purposes. And we've seen some, recent very high-profile abuses of that information when it comes to the Brexit vote and the presidential election in the United States. And so, we have this funny contradiction where there's a really important issue that I think Canadians would like to see addressed, not addressed in the bill, after the government took an inordinately long time to prepare the bill and then is asking Parliament to rush its approval. And I'm wondering how the member justifies that to this place and to Canadians generally.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have heard the comment from the NDP on other pieces of legislation that we're moving too quickly. Too slowly, sorry. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, we've been very thorough in our review of this. The committee was very thorough. I know that the Senate spent time on this. This is something that we would rather get done right instead of quickly, Mr. Speaker. It is important for us to pass this legislation, though, in a timely way so that we can be prepared for the 2019 elections. In terms of transparency, the parties are required to publish their transparency policies. And the NDP currently doesn't have a transparency policy in terms of who attends their fundraisers. So I'd ask whether that member would consider that as they go forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague. And when I look at the legislation, and I've stated this earlier, I see it as legislation that's really going to greatly enhance Canada's democracy. And for that reason, I think that members should be very supportive. The Conservatives, on the other hand, oppose the legislation. They will do whatever it is that they can to ensure that this legislation never, ever were to pass. We've had first reading, we've had second reading, we've had committee stage, we've gone through reports and third reading, we've had the Senate deal with it. Maybe just to draw what would be a natural conclusion, would he not agree that it's time that we actually see this pass through?
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member from Winnipeg North. My hometown. I hope to get there over New Year's and see some of my friends out in that fine city. Maybe we could even have a coffee at his favorite restaurant that he's at every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, Mr. Speaker. And yes, we have done a thorough analysis of this, and we've done this in a way that's not to advantage one party over another, Mr. Speaker, but really to give the power for Elections Canada and the Chief Electoral Officer to administer our elections fairly, to give them the power to prosecute when our elections are not being done fairly, and really to take the control of elections out of the political process and to give it to the independent organizations with Elections Canada. So all members have contributed to this. We've come up to a place where all members in the committee are putting this forward. The Senate is putting it forward. Today is really only a day to look at a technical amendment. And there was a very small part of a technical amendment just to put a finer point on the pencil and make sure that we've got all the legislation covered properly, all the details covered before we go into our next election. I think we're in the right place, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the vote.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable...
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, it took the government a long time to propose amendments in this bill to ensure that Canadians' privacy would be protected. Now, there's even, if I can just look here, the Privacy Commissioner even said that there was really nothing substantive in C-76 to protect Canadians' privacy. For example, the bill still allows parties to sell people's personal data. So they're not subject to the Privacy Act, to PIPEDA. So don't they think that maybe they're moving a bit too fast when it comes to passing this bill? Because there are still significant amendments that were rejected by the government. And that's totally ironic for a bill that claims to be protecting democracy. It's being rammed through the House at the very last minute, and we'll barely have time to debate it. There are still so many shortcomings in this bill concerning privacy. So if we move forward with this bill, it may not even apply to the next elections. So why not take the time to do things properly and ensure that people's privacy is protected?
Member for Guelph in 45 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member across the way for the question. And really, as I said at the beginning of my speech, Mr. Speaker, that 85% of what's come forward has been agreed on by the Chief Electoral Officer. This place will be able to review going forward after the election that we have to see whether there are further changes. But I think that what we have done is we've introduced transparency, we've introduced accountability, and we've modernized the Act. So we are in a place where we can have a much better election than we had last time in terms of participation of all groups, including people overseas, including seniors in residences, being able to have multiple vouchers for them so that they can participate in the election. Mr. Speaker, we're way ahead of where we were, but better is always possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we rise for what is probably the last time in terms of in speaking in this hallowed halls, it is an honor to stand and talk to, well, not a packed house today, Mr. Speaker, but we've got members in the gallery and we've got our colleagues are listening intently, and well, it's an honor to stand once again and talk to what is being deemed the amendments to C-76. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to focus my speech. I've got, I believe, 19 minutes and 19 seconds, I believe, right now, on C-76. And C-76 represents just yet another failure of this government. I'm going to bring Canadians that are listening back to day 15 or day 10 of the 2015 election, where the member of Papineau at the time said that under his government, debate would reign. He wouldn't resort to, or they wouldn't resort to, parliamentary tricks or invoking closure on debate. Debate would reign free. Because, after all, Mr. Speaker, every Canadian deserves a say. And here we sit today on a piece of legislation that is, as I said earlier on in the debate on the very subject, is that here's a piece of legislation that it's a very important piece of legislation, and here we sit. Over 50 times this government has invoked closure. And I want to offer this again, and I've said this a number of times in my speeches. It just shows the contempt of this Prime Minister and his team for this House, and indeed for electors, the electors that vote opposition in. And I will say this again, that this House is not the Prime Minister's. Mr. Speaker, it is not yours and it is not mine. This House belongs to Canadians and those who elected the 338 members of Parliament to be their voices here in Ottawa. And what the Prime Minister and his team say when they invoke closure, well, what's that message saying? Is that if you are on the opposition side, well, your voice really doesn't matter. The electors that elected you, well, that really doesn't matter. And Mr. Speaker, that is shameful. That is shameful. That is just but one broken promise by this Prime Minister and his team. And C-76 is yet another broken promise. I'll bring you back to that same time where, and it's indeed in the Liberal platform from 2015 where they said real change. They talked about omnibus bills. And here we have yet another omnibus bill. They talked about wanting to get this through. They had to get this through. This is so important that we needed to get it done for the 2015 or 2019 election. Well, and we've heard testimony from all of our colleagues across the way on this side of the House, is that really it's because of their failure to manage their legislative agenda that they're now at the 11th hour and having to push something through. And they're invoking closure so that they can get this done before we rise, Mr. Speaker. So they said that they would never limit debate, and here we are over 50 times. Open and transparent. They also talked about being open and transparent. As I believe the member of Papineau at that time, now our Prime Minister, said that under his government, they would be the most open and transparent government in the history of our country. And man, have we ever seen open and transparent from this government. It's truly transparent. It's truly open that if you are a Liberal insider, well, you get the appointment. If you are a Liberal family member or former Liberal colleague, well, you get the quota, such as the surf clam quota. You get the appointment. Mr. Speaker, if you can sense a little bit of frustration in my voice, it's because I was elected here, and while the national outcome was not something that, obviously wasn't what I'd hoped for, but I came here with the best intentions, and I came here wanting to, with great hope for all of us, the 338 members of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, we all put our name down with the intention of doing good for our country. But the arrogance that we've seen, and Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say this, and I've said it before, it's not from all on that side.
No.
There are good people on that side. But that front bench, Mr. Speaker, has let them down. And that front bench, Mr. Speaker, has let Canada down. And I'm angry. And Canadians are angry. Talked about C-76 making things better for voters. I'll bring you back to 2015. Highest voter turnout in the 2015 election. They said somehow that the Prime Minister Harper was trying to suppress voter turnout, that the changes that he made to the Elections Act somehow was going to suppress voter turnout, highest voter turnout. As a matter of fact, now they were talking about the voter ID. As a matter of fact, we increased the amount of acceptable pieces of ID for voters. Not everybody has a driver's license. Not everybody has a passport. Now, let me actually bring that right back. The honourable colleague that spoke just before me mentioned about, well, now as a candidate, you actually have to have an ID. You have to be able to show that you are who you are, and it's not just a nickname that you're putting down on your candidate for. I don't know about how it works on that side, Mr. Speaker, but on this side of the House, we have to prove who we are. I believe I actually put in I had to do a criminal record check as well. It's unbelievable. You know, it's funny when other changes are done, when other groups make changes. Well, it's an attack on democracy. But we heard the parliamentary secretary just a little bit earlier talk about, well, these changes have enhanced Canada's democracy. And why is it when the Liberals do something, it's always about, you know, when it benefits them, it's enhancing Canada's democracy, or, you know, this is the way it is. Well, you know, it does nothing. Nothing. This bill is another broken promise, another Liberal failure. And my speech today is a compilation of the Liberal failures that we've seen, building case by case, citing critical examples. I've just talked about a few just now. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the 2015 election, there were 114 third-party groups that received foreign funds to campaign and to get Prime Minister Harper out. 114 foreign-funded entities.
Wow.
Now, we're going to hear from others saying that we're sowing the seeds of fear, and it's just conservative rhetoric. But I offer you this, the same as I did in the previous speech. It's a website called leadnow.ca. Leadnow.ca, just shortly after the 2015 election, received an international award for getting Prime Minister Harper out. I haven't checked, but I said this in the last speech, where I actually said, if you go to that leadnow.ca right now, and I mentioned that my colleagues at that time were probably quickly Googling it, and I didn't know whether that picture on there where they were proudly receiving the award for getting Prime Minister Harper out. I don't know if it's still going to be there, but that was one of the entities. C-76 does nothing to stop this. Nothing. So they want to talk about that. They're strengthening our electoral process. They're stopping that foreign interference. You know, there's a little bit of a pattern with this Liberal government, this Prime Minister. So they promise big and they underdeliver. I want to bring you back to the speech that the Prime Minister said yesterday, the last speech about the closure of this House and Centre Block. And it speaks to me, it spoke to his contempt for this place. And maybe that's what you get when you're raised in the halls here. It's just another hall, it's just another building. I, for one, Mr. Speaker, these are hallowed halls. You look around, you think about the history in here. And his words were, this is just another building, just another room. And you see that. This place. You know, Mr. Speaker, thinking back about 2015 or 2014 when I started making this run, I never would have thought that a kid from the Cariboo would have ended up here. There is not a day that I don't sit in this House, and I'm honored to sit amongst all members of Parliament. I'm honored when I'm walking up and I see the flag waving on the Peace Tower and I see the flag over your shoulder, Mr. Speaker, and I think of Canadians, and I think of the veterans that have signed up, and I think of the first responders that serve and protect us. They are all our silent sentinels, and yet this government, this Prime Minister, has failed them. Let's go back to the Chris Garnier case. Here's a convicted murderer that is receiving PTSD benefits from Veterans Affairs, never served a day in his life.
For South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to ask the relevance to C-76 on where the honourable member is going with his comments. Thank you.
Okay, I'll let the honourable member take it to where he's going to take it. I'm sure he'll bring it back. I've seen different areas where members have gone off on different tangents, but somehow bring it back. So I'll leave it to the honourable member for Cariboo Prince George, and we'll wait and see where he takes it.
I appreciate your intervention, Mr. Speaker. For our colleague across the way, if she had listened to this debate, as I have right from the very beginning, all members of Parliament, especially in the last couple of days, because this is our last speech in this House, I would challenge our honourable colleague to go back and look through the Hansard and see if some of her own colleagues had relevance through the whole thing. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I prefaced my comments today talking about C-76 being yet just another one of the Liberal failures, and that I would be talking to the other failures that were there and how they relate to C-76. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll continue along if I can. Let's talk about natural resources. In the hundreds of thousands of pipeline workers, softwood lumber, forestry workers.
Point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you can't at the beginning of a speech say that I want to take this general theme, so I'm not necessarily going to be talking about the debate. Instead, I'm going to talk about failures, and then go through a litany of something that's completely irrelevant to the legislation. The member knows that, and I would ask the member at least to be somewhat relevant. Just because you're declaring at the beginning of your speech that you feel you want to talk about a litany of different issues doesn't necessarily mean that you can do that, because there is a responsibility to be somewhat relevant.
There's a point there. There's people wondering where it's going, so I'll leave it to the honourable member for Caribou Prince George to show us where he's taking it and the relevance of his speech. I'll let him resume.
C-76 is about electoral reform. It's about what we do in this House. That's right. It's about how we govern. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, how our national economy is directly related to this, how we function, how pipelines, softwood lumber, it all relates to this, Mr. Speaker. And it is just yet another Liberal failure. We still don't have a softwood lumber agreement. We have pipeline workers in Alberta that have been told just to hang in there. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals failed miserably with C-76, and it's evidenced by the number of amendments offered by committee members. There were over 330 amendments, and only a handful were accepted. You know, it brings me back into, well, I think it was 2016 when we were pressuring the government, please, do something with softwood lumber. We are nearing the end of our softwood lumber agreement and our grace period that we had. We were at near, almost to that critical point, and we challenged members across the way at the Natural Resource Committee. Let's hold an emergency meeting. Let's bring folks in from the industry, and let's find a Team Canada approach to getting a softwood lumber agreement done. You know what we were told, Mr. Speaker? It's a waste of time and waste of money. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are sweeping mill closures and work curtailment and layoffs in my province of British Columbia. And why is it? Well, they failed to be able to secure rail access to our forestry manufacturers. They have failed to be able to get a new softwood lumber agreement in place. They've done nothing regarding the unfair tariffs and duties placed on our forestry workers. We are under attack, and this government does nothing. And I'll bring you back to the Prime Minister's very first speech on the world stage. This after being no mention of softwood in the minister's mandate letter, no mention of softwood or forestry in the speech from the throne. That the very first speech by our Prime Minister, he said under his government, Canada will become known more for our resourcefulness than our natural resources. Wow. Shocking. Mr. Speaker, I've talked about how far we have fallen, where we can't call somebody that's crossing our border illegally. We can't call it illegal. It's irregular. And that goes to C-76 as well. And I mentioned that before, that foreign interference, protecting us from those that are coming in. There are so many holes in this bill. Mr. Speaker, it was outlined through many amendments, like my honourable colleague from Calgary-Mindapore offered. He's big enough to drive a Mack truck through, not dissimilar to the government's leaky border policy. Remember the tweet, "Welcome to Canada." What's that costing Canadians?
1.1 billion.
Right. By 2020, that crisis will cost Canadian taxpayers $1.6 billion. Let's go back to the deficit issue and why that's such an issue. It's another promise that was broken by this Prime Minister. He'll say anything to get elected, and once he's in here, I didn't really mean it. So he promised that 2019 was going to be the last year, the final deficit, and that they would return to surplus in 2019, just in time for the election. And now we know there's another possibly $30 billion added to it. Bill C-76 could potentially open the door for what proposes to dissuade instead of taking this opportunity to ensure foreign influence. As I mentioned before, 114 different groups, 114 foreign-funded groups. I mentioned veterans and I mentioned first responders. This government has failed. You know, we had the Minister of Veterans Affairs earlier this week, or at a veterans meeting with veterans, actually used his going out of the media, his retirement from media, transition from media to political life. He said that he understood what veterans went through because it was similar to what he was going through. He assumed it was similar to what he went through from going from the structured life that media was.
Incredible.
Yeah. Unreal.
Unbelievable.
That's exactly. Let's talk about ethics. I have a minute left. Ethics. First Prime Minister in the history of our country to be found guilty of an ethics violation. Then we have the Finance Minister, guilty. Then we had the Fisheries Minister, guilty. Now we have a Liberal MP that's, well, did he resign? Didn't he resign? We're not quite sure. Tied to another minister and some shady land deals and perhaps money stuff that's going to other foreign entities. Mr. Speaker, this has been a year of failure. And I'll end with this. If I seem a little riled up as we head into this, is that I was sent here and I had great hope. I had great hope for all of us. And sadly, this Prime Minister and his front bench, and then some, are failing Canadians. And it is only those on this side of opposition that are doing whatever we can to hold their feet to the fire. Yet they say that we're calling them names and being divisive. All we're doing is standing up for Canadians. We'll continue to do so.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that speech had so many questions that I would love to ask the honourable member, but I'm going to start with this one, and maybe I'll get another chance. He keeps talking about foreign funding in our elections. Mr. Speaker, C-76 actually eliminates foreign funding from any partisan activities at all times. Not just election, not during the writ, not pre-writ, but all times. This was an amendment that was brought forward at Proc by the member from this side of the House, and the Conservative members voted against it. So if they're so concerned about foreign funding, why would they vote against banning foreign funding from partisan activities in this country? I'd really love an answer to that one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, as I outlined in my speech, when the Liberals are saying something, you can't believe what they're saying, and that's just another example, exactly of
the honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
I believe that the honourable member just said I lied. I think that he should retract that.
Nice try. He didn't say that directly, no. I'll have to let him continue his answer.
So, Mr. Speaker, I believe the honourable colleague owes me an apology. I clearly did not say that she lied.
I'll leave it to the honourable member. Would she like to apologize to the honourable member? Okay. Well, I'll let him continue.
Mr. Speaker, I thought what I would do instead is answer that question, because we know it's untrue. Is that, we have incredible groups of people that help us operate every day here. We have the pages that sit through these speeches each and every day. We have our parliamentary security fellows that and ladies that stand guard for us, and they, as they have their green hats, they're still without a contract. Again, probably another failure from this government. I'd like to say Merry Christmas to them and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that is very, very important. They sit through long hours with us, and with that, I'd like to say thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Crowfoot. I'm sorry about that. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for his speech. Obviously, yes, we do thank for indulgence from the Speaker, because over this last few days we've all enjoyed, from all sides of the House, this being the last day perhaps that we're going to be in here, and so my colleague took us through a bit of a walk of different things that have meant a lot to him in this place as well. But I wonder if he would comment, because we know next year is an election year, and why the Liberal government now is pushing forward this C-76 so quickly, shutting down debate on it now, amendments that have come out. We heard earlier where, can anyone give any examples of corruption within the electoral system? The answer is yes, we can. Obviously, we can. I've been there. I've seen in Edmonton Centre 10, 12, 15 years ago where people, and it was documented and they were taken off the list eventually, where they had signed up as their residence being a law office that the minister, I think, worked out of at the time, and other places where 30-some people had as a residence a factory. And so we know that there was this kind. In fact, Joe Volpe in his leadership race had people who were on the voters list that were dead and buried. And this is the kind of thing that we were able to clear up in the last election. Now, I want to go back to the member's speech, and I want to talk a little, because he talked about pipelines. And we know also that in the last election there was groups, anti-pipeline groups, and very much environmental groups, foreign groups from the United States and from Europe that put money in, not directly to fund the election in certain target ridings for the Liberals, but went through a Canadian affiliate. So, for example, they had also a group that was listed as a Canadian. The money came not directly to the advertiser, but directly to that Canadian affiliate. And as the member noted, some of these, they were bragging about showing success. We just want, one of the main responsibilities of a democracy is to have an integrity that is above reproach when it comes to the election. And maybe this member would again say why this election is not that, and rather stacks up to the Liberals' benefit.
Well, member for Caribou, Prince George.
Honourable colleague, it's such a very important question, brings up a great point. Perhaps I didn't touch on it well enough. Mr. Speaker, 29 ridings in 2015 were targeted by these foreign-funded groups. 29 ridings that were listed as ridings of concern or vulnerable ridings. My riding was one of them. Right. 25 of those ridings, these foreign-funded groups, were successful. They weren't successful, obviously, in my riding. I challenge him to come after me again. And it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, we talk about foreign funding. When the top office has a former president and CEO of one of these foreign-funded groups, World Wildlife Fund, is now calling shots and policy. And, Mr. Speaker, I'll offer this, is that I've had fishermen, I've had foresters that say that to get in to see a minister, they have to go through an NGO, an environmental group. Mr. Speaker, that is shocking. When they talk about limiting the foreign funds, well, they're probably talking about limiting foreign funds for groups that might help a Conservative or an NDP get in, but they're definitely not going to stop those foreign funds coming in, that if it benefits them. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary talked about enhanced Canada's democracy. Well, no, it enhanced the Liberals' opportunity to get re-elected. That's what they're doing. That's why they need to rush it through.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on the content of the speech that was delivered from the member, I'm more inclined to deal with the issue of failure and associate it to Stephen Harper, which really is no different. It's really and truly, he really hasn't left the Conservative benches. Every day we see remnants of Stephen Harper's policy. There really isn't any difference between the current leader and Stephen Harper. And Mr. Speaker,
Smile.
A point of order from l'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
Monsieur le Président.
Point of order. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to my colleague's question closely, it has nothing to do with the C-76. There's a lack of relevance, so I would like you to look into that, please. Take a closer look at the matter. I believe that with everything that has unfolded so far, we will wait to see where the honourable member is going with his question. He still has a few minutes left, so we will let him proceed.
Speaker, you know, it was Stephen Harper's party that actually violated the election law. What? So not only is my friend and colleague wrong on his point of order, I wish they would give me the same liberty that we gave their members on the issue. Remember, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party overspent an election by hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they put it off to appeal after appeal. And then they had a settlement in which I think they had to pay a fine of $50,000 for breaking the law. Remember the Conservative member of Parliament that had to go to jail because of violations of the Elections Act? My question to the member is, you know, the Conservative Party is so determined to prevent this legislation from passing. I'm wondering, in the name of being transparent and honest with Canadians, can the Conservative Party really tell us why it is that they do not want this legislation passed? What specifically in this legislation? The Green Party supports it. The NDP Party supports it. Canadians support this legislation. Just the Stephen Harper current leadership, the Conservatives just haven't learned anything in the past few years. Why do they not support good, progressive legislation that's going to enhance our democracy?
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, let me remind Canadians that are listening in. I feel like I have to amp my voice up just because the parliamentary secretary does. Mr. Speaker, let me remind Canadians, first Prime Minister found guilty of ethics violations.
That's right.
Minister of Finance, guilty. Minister of Fisheries, guilty. We have another minister being investigated. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you that Canadians just don't trust what they're saying anymore. And for this gentleman to stand up, it's always like, don't look at us. Remember when that other guy was in? It was always their fault. The Prime Minister actually stood in the House yesterday and talked about his plan that he was going to unveil as it got closer to the election. His plan? He's been governing for 3 years. Why is he just talking about a plan now? These guys have had no plan, Mr. Speaker. They have failed Canadians every step of the way, and we're angry, and we're not going to take it anymore.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to rise today to speak to C-76, and I want to thank the House for all the discussions that we've had today for the good debate. But there are two important topics that I want to discuss today in the context of the Elections Modernization Act. Firstly, I would like to look at how the bill changes the public education part of the Elections Canada mandate, and secondly, at how the bill will seek to engage young Canadians. The previous government placed restrictions on the ability of the Chief Electoral Officer to speak to Canadians. The Fair Elections Act restricted the kind of public education campaigns that the Chief Electoral Officer was able to develop. Since that bill, the Chief Electoral Officer has been limited to conducting public education programs with high school and primary school age children. We're not really sure how that made any sense at all. Our government heard from Canadians during the electoral reform dialogue process that they wanted more done to increase civic literacy and to increase all Canadians' knowledge of democracy. Additionally, the previous Chief Electoral Officer recommended that in his mandate to conduct public education and information campaigns that they should be reinstated. Specifically, the CEO recommended being given the mandate to implement public education and information programs to make the electoral process better known to the general public, particularly to those persons and groups most likely to experience difficulties in exercising their democratic rights. This is an honourable goal, Mr. Speaker, and our government is proud to support the work of the Chief Electoral Officer in reaching out to those Canadians who may be less likely to participate in Canadian democracy. The Chief Electoral Officer is a paragon of nonpartisan professionalism. And we as Canadians should expect nothing less but this professionalism from his office in these public education campaigns. However, Mr. Speaker, Canadians can also be confident that Elections Canada will carry out these education campaigns with as much integrity and fervour with which they administer each election. The fundamental issue here is the lack of information may create barriers for Canadians in exercising their voting rights. This measure will help mitigate any potential problems caused by lack of information or malicious attempts to impair Canadians' ability to exercise their charter rights. Oh, Mr. Speaker, at this point, I'd also like to mention that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Halifax. Thus, Mr. Speaker, Elections Canada will now be empowered to reach out to all Canadians to relay crucial information about the election. But the organization will also be able to tailor certain messages to at-risk groups to help ensure that all Canadians will have the chance to have their voices heard on Election Day. Now, to switch to my second topic. I wish to discuss how Bill C-76 will engage young Canadians in Canada's electoral system. Following the 42nd general election, Elections Canada estimated that 57% of eligible Canadians aged 18 to 24 voted. This is over 20% lower than the estimated turnout for Canadians aged 65 to 74. The question of how to engage young people is one that democracies all over the world struggles with. Researchers have shown that voting can be a habit for life. If someone votes in one election, they're more likely to vote in subsequent elections. This is why it's important to address young people who are not voting. How can we harness a natural and intense youthful interest in politics and foster it into a lifelong dedication to civic life and engagement? Bill C-76 introduces a variety of ways to encourage young Canadians to get involved with the next federal election. One measure was recommended by the Chief Electoral Officer, the pre-registration of young Canadians. Pre-registration of young Canadians would create a new parallel register to the Register of Electors, the National Register of Future Electors. Pre-registration would be open to Canadians from the ages of 14 to 17 and conducted on a completely voluntary basis. From there, the process is quite simple. Once a future elector leaves behind their days of youth and dons the legal mantle of adulthood at 18 years old, they would then be automatically transferred from the Register of Future Electors to the National Register. This information, which would be stored in a Register of Future Electors, would be completely safe and inaccessible to anyone other than Elections Canada. The organization will have to comply with appropriate and considerable standards in the Elections Canada Act and in the Privacy Act to protect young Canadians' information. This means that risk and threat assessments will be conducted as necessary. Because the Register of Future Electors would be kept completely separate from the National Register, there is no danger to the data if something were to happen to the latter. Additionally, it means that there is no danger of data of future electors being included in the National Register. Pre-registration would be conducted on a voluntary basis. Parliamentarians of numerous political parties voiced some concern regarding the collection of information about young Canadians and the fact that parental consent would not be required to register. It's important that young Canadians feel comfortable participating in Canadian democracy. And the fact of the matter is that some may wish to keep their political affiliation or even knowledge of an interest in politics close to his or her heart. Parents are encouraged to discuss pre-registration with youth. It should also be noted that any young Canadian could remove their information from the Register of Future Electors by contacting Elections Canada. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to stress that these measures in no way affect the voting age in Canada. The age to vote remains at 18 years of age. Nonetheless, pre-registration is one concrete measure which will help expose more young Canadians to Canadian political life and will enhance their civic education. There is one other measure I want to briefly touch upon. Bill C-76 also amends the staffing requirements for returning officers to hire election officers. The Canada Elections Act already enabled the Chief Electoral Officer to allow the hiring of 16 and 17-year-olds as election officers. This permission was systematically given at each election, and the CEO has consistently noted that young Canadians have proven to be excellent pool of workers. This measure simply crystallizes the permission in the Canada Elections Act. One can hardly think of a better way to foster an interest in civic life than encouraging young Canadians to work during an election. Mr. Speaker, these changes are just some of the ways that young Canadians will be inspired to take part in Canadian elections. Similarly, I hope all members of this chamber will appreciate the work that Elections Canada and the Chief Electoral Officer will be empowered to undertake in reaching out to all Canadians. And just before finishing my speech, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say what an honour it's been to serve in this wonderful institution. I look forward to being in West Block, but I will definitely miss this House, and I thank all of you for the wonderful engagement and debate we've had today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. She really did outline quite a few measures that Bill C-76 has in place to ensure that our democracy remains open to all Canadians to be able to vote, increases their capacity to vote, and increases their engagement from a very early age. The specific amendments that were brought back from the Senate speak to foreign interference and ensuring that, with all party support, that there is no foreign interference. So as the piece of legislation strengthens what we do across the country, this additional amendment protects that from foreign interference. I'm wondering if the honourable colleague could speak to the fact that we had all party support on this, and that this piece of legislation will further engage Canadians and also protect Canadians and the democracy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, when C-76 was first drafted, it denied foreign interference during writ and pre-writ period. Or foreign funding in partisan activities. But actually an amendment from PROC came forward that now disallows any type of foreign interference on partisan activities, no matter when it takes place. I think this is really important because we are all very concerned about what is happening around the world with foreign interference in elections, and we want to make sure that our democracy is protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her speech, and I noticed something that she just did there. At the beginning of her answer, she said foreign interference and then corrected herself, that C-76 deals with foreign funding. But then she went back and repeated the inference that C-76 stops foreign interference. The reason I want to challenge her on this is because we asked for amendments to this bill that would actually help stop foreign interference. And we had testimony from the Chief Electoral Officer, who the Liberals, when they agree with him, accept his amendments, but when they disagreed with them, they just ignored it. From the Privacy Commissioner and from the Minister's own study that she asked to be commissioned by the Canadian Spy Agency, asking the very important question, how vulnerable are we? How vulnerable is our political system to foreign interference, particularly through the back door that has been used in the United States and England of hacking into political parties' databases? Why is that so important? Because those databases are huge and contain enormous amounts of personal information about Canadians. And what rules do we apply to political parties right now under this bill? Well, the parties have to put a statement on their website somewhere, a policy. Is it enforceable? No. Are there any requirements for what that policy must have in it? No. So can parties have vulnerable databases that can be hacked into? And why does this happen? Well, because a foreign entity trying to interfere with our elections will then use that data, millions of points of data about how Canadians feel about issues, gender, age, income, all of these important things, and sway them one way or another. So can one imagine, I'm wondering, this is my question to my friend, can she imagine a foreign government, let's say China, to pick one, having a problem with a current government of the day, say this government, hacking into a political party's, let's say the Liberals' database, finding out all that rich information about Canadians, and then targeting those voters who may be inclined to vote Liberal. I don't know why, but let's just say they are inclined to vote Liberal for some reason. They believe the lies, and targeting those voters to not vote Liberal, but vote Conservative, let's say. That's exactly what happened in the United States. That's exactly what happened in England. We have these real living examples of threats to our democracy, which the Spy Agency of Canada confirmed. Yet Bill C-76 does nothing to prevent that, protect our democracy. My question is, why?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question. First of all, a couple of comments, Mr. Speaker, before I actually get to a question. 87% of the recommendations made by the CEO are in C76. My honourable colleague said we only picked and choose which ones we wanted. Actually, 87%, which is a huge amount of good recommendations that are included in this legislation. Secondly, with regard to his question in terms of foreign interference, as he well knows, the Standing Committee on Ethics, have just released a report. I've been reading it. It's a very good report. There's a lot of great recommendations in there. We recognize how important it is to connect to make sure that we protect Canadians' privacies, and we will be looking closely at those recommendations, and we'll be addressing those shortly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand in the House today to speak for the final time in this particular chamber before it closes for a decade to further discuss the Elections Modernization Act, Bill C-76. As you know, this bill was introduced into the House of Commons by the Minister of Democratic Institutions on April 30th, 2018, and it was referred to the House of Commons Committee on Procedure and House Affairs last May. I was proud to work on this piece of legislation as well during my time as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions, and I commend the work of my colleagues on the committee and that of the current Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions, the very excellent member from South Shore St. Margaret's. The amendments brought forward by the committee have certainly strengthened Bill C-76. The Elections Modernization Act will bring our electoral system into the 21st century and make it more secure, transparent, and accessible. These improvements to the Canada Elections Act will contribute to restoring Canada's trust in their democratic institutions after the debacle of the Conservative government's so-called Fair Elections Act, which we all know was anything but fair. That's for sure. Today, I will focus on one key component of Bill C-76, which will be implemented for the first time in the next federal election, and that is the pre-election period. Mr. Speaker, the creation of a fixed-date election contributes to a level playing field by providing parties with respect to the date, by providing more certainty to all political parties with respect to the date of the next federal election. However, despite some of its positive aspects, we have seen in past elections a less positive consequence of the fixed-date election, and that is the presence of extensive campaigning beginning well before the issue of the writs, which we all know signals the commencement of the election period. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. This is why the Prime Minister mandated the Minister of Democratic Institutions to, quote, review the limits on the amounts political parties and third parties can spend during elections and propose measures to ensure that spending between elections is subject to reasonable limits as well, end quote. With Bill C-76, we're delivering on this commitment. The bill will see the creation of a regulated pre-election period that would begin on June 30th of the year of a fixed-date election and would end with the issue of the writ. The timing is important since it will capture the core activities leading up to the actual campaign, while at the same time not overlapping with Parliament's session. The goal is not to limit Canadians' right to criticize the activities. The goal is not to limit the Canadians' rights to criticize the activities of those who represent them. The pre-election period will include rules that will guide activities of third parties and political parties during that period. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I would mention that spending limits will be imposed on third parties and political parties during the pre-election period. Spending limits are important to ensure a level playing field and to ensure that all can have their voices heard and to ensure that parties and candidates can get to the starting line in an equitable way. For political parties, Bill C-76, as amended by the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs, will set a spending limit of $1.4 million. When applying the inflation factor, it's estimated that the limit will be approximately $2 million in the 2019 general election. This limit only applies to partisan advertising. It does not affect other regular activities of a political party. The goal of this measure is not to unduly impede the ability of a party to reach out to Canadians and to engage with their ideas. Rather, the goal is to allow for a level playing field, to avoid a situation in which parties with more resources will be able to monopolize political debate, and it will allow all voices to be heard. While still months away from polling day, these campaigns have a lasting impact on Canadian electors. With the same objective of limiting the potential harm to our democracy that is being created by the extensive and unregulated campaigning in the lead up to the election period, Bill C-76 will also impose a spending limit on third parties. For third parties, the limit would be $700,000 when adjusted to inflation. It will be estimated to be about $1 million in 2019. Third parties will also have a limit of $7,000 per electoral district, which is about $10,000 in 2019 adjusted for inflation. In the case of third parties, spending limits will include partisan activities, partisan advertising, and election surveys. Mr. Speaker, take, for example, a third party that boasts a large following with the stated purpose of tossing out select politicians from office. For example, Ontario Proud. Under these rules, third parties like this cannot incur more than $1 million worth of expenses during the pre-election period. Under these rules, third parties, like the one I've described, cannot incur more than $500,000 worth of expenses during the election period, including advertising and partisan activity like canvassing. These rules also mean these third parties cannot use foreign money to advertise or carry out partisan activities. These rules also mean third parties cannot advertise anonymously. Rather, they'll have to identify themselves by adding a tagline on partisan advertising in the pre-writ period. And importantly, these rules limit collusion between third parties and any registered party or candidate that will influence its partisan activities. It's important here to note that we believe discourse and debate are essential to the democratic process. These rules are to increase transparency in our elections, not to limit this discourse. And these limitations will be enforced equally upon third parties, regardless of the party in whose favor they operate. As the members of this House undoubtedly know, a third party under the Canada Elections Act can be anyone who is not a recognized political entity, an individual elector, a non-governmental organization, or a corporation, or others. These are all third parties. All of them have a right to share their views with other Canadians. The spending limit that C-76 imposes will ensure that all these different voices will have an opportunity to be heard. Mr. Speaker, the pre-election period is not only about establishing spending limits, but it will see other changes to increase transparency regarding third-party activities. Under the current legislation, third parties are required to report to Elections Canada on their spending in the months following polling day, after electors have already cast their votes. That is why Bill C-76 includes new reporting requirements for third parties that are particularly active. For example, those that have received contributions or incurred expenses in amounts of $10,000 or more. These third parties will be required to provide interim reports twice during the pre-election period, first upon registration and again on September 15th. Similarly, the third parties that meet this threshold will also have to provide interim reports during the election period. These reports will be required 21 days before polling and 7 days before polling day. Elections Canada will be required to publish the reports received on its website in a timely fashion. These reports will be very beneficial to Canadians. They will increase transparency as to who is trying to influence them before they actually have a chance to cast their votes. This way, Canadian electors will have access to the tools they need to make an informed and responsible decision. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I'd also like to note some additional measures being created by 76 that will increase transparency with respect to third parties' participation in the electoral process. First, third parties will have to register with Elections Canada during the pre-election period when they reach $500 in regulated expenses, and currently that requirement only exists in the election period. Second, similar to the existing rules regarding political entities, third parties would be required to have a dedicated Canadian bank account for all of their relevant contributions and expenses. Mr. Speaker, as members of this House can see, 76 provides a comprehensive regime for the participation of third parties that will contribute to a level playing field, provide greater transparency, and ultimately make our democracy stronger. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I wish to join you and all members in saying a fond farewell to this storied place and its hallowed halls until its renovation is complete. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish my friend a Merry Christmas and best to his family as well. Here's the strange irony of what we're going through in the final hours of this House of Commons in this place. Of course, the House of Commons will continue, but just 400 meters that way. Yet, if you think about all the debates that have happened across this floor, where wars have been debated, Canadians have been interned, terrible things have been discussed, hard debates have happened, yet at the foundation of all of that is our democracy, is the way that we vote, the way that we elect people. And as he said, there were all these laudable pieces of this bill which help people vote, which allow for better reporting as to what happens. And yet part of me was wondering during his speech, if it was such a wonderful bill, why did it take him 3 years to get here, blowing right by Elections Canada's deadline to actually implement many of the things he talked about? It was entirely the Liberals' own choice. In fact, we would be banging on the door after they introduced the first version of this bill 2 years ago, saying, bring it into the House so we can debate it, so we can get on with it, so Elections Canada can do its job. So that lack of urgency from the Liberals is weird and troubling and actually caused them a whole bunch of problems, which is now this bill passing through the House under time allocation, which means shutting down the ability to actually do what this House is built for and debate. But here's my question. Come the next election, which is less than a year away, when reports begin coming out that there's been a hack of one of the party's databases, when there's some sort of foreign interference in our democratic process, and Canadians are rightfully asking elected people, what have you done about this to protect us, to make sure that we don't have a Donald Trump-style election, or we don't have a Brexit-style vote, where interference is going on during the election and then after the fact? Once the votes have all been cast, it's pulled back and realized that millions of dollars were spent trying to influence Canadians and how they feel about their country, usually with false information and lies. That's how it's usually done. But as you know, Mr. Speaker, a lie makes its way around the world many times before the truth is up in the morning. Very difficult to correct with the social media environment we're in. And all of these things we knew because the Privacy and Ethics Committee, which Liberals sit on, had reported more than a year ago that parties should exist under some kind of privacy laws. Does my friend at least, with all the evidence that we now have, agree with that fact? And that omission from this bill is something that was more than an oversight, was in fact a grave error made by the government.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to answer the member's first question first and the second one second. In terms of how long it's taken us to get here, well, of course, we were subject to relentless filibustering in which the member's own party participated. In fact, I remember myself knocking on the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley's door, asking him to come quickly with the amendments that he was looking for so that we could move clause to clause, and he never was able to respond to me, and I was never able to move with that member toward clause to clause. But in the end, we had 56 witnesses that we heard at the committee. We had 24 hours of study at committee, but ultimately it was the filibuster, which began in May of 2018. It didn't allow us to get to clause by clause until 4.5 months later, until October 15th, just a scant month and a half ago, Mr. Speaker. So we have moved this as quickly as we could, given in the face of relentless opposition. Now, in terms of foreign interference, this bill bans all foreign money being used in elections at all times, not only in the pre-writ and writ periods, but in all times. It requires organizations selling ad space to not knowingly accept elections advertisements from foreign entities. This is putting social media platforms on notice that we will be their partners as we head into 2019 to make sure that their advertising is fair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very brief question and comment. The Honourable Member for Guelph, maybe 30 seconds, and hopefully we'll get a 30-second answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm specifically looking at the anti-collusion provisions and having a tagline on all advertising saying that it's approved by the financial agent, whether that advertising is from inside Canada or outside Canada, through the 3 periods that we're discussing of all donors, the pre-electoral and during election period. If the Honourable Member could comment on that, please.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the bill will require organizations selling ad space to not knowingly accept elections advertisements from foreign entities. That is in the writ period and in the pre-writ period. But it goes further. The member from Guelph may be interested to know that the bill will also require third parties to use a dedicated Canadian banking account for the payment of election-related spending during the pre-writ and writ periods. This will further help us to ensure that these rules are being followed. Additional punishments for third parties who are found guilty of offences related to the use of FORA funds also exist. They could be subjected to a punishment of up to 5 times the amount of the foreign funds that were used. And the bill goes on to create other administrative penalties, including the ability for the Commissioner to compel testimony and seek judicial respite as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, before we go, I believe the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions today, the notice of motion for the production of papers P15, standing on the order of paper in the name of the member for Perth Wellington, be called, the question be put, and if a recorded division is requested, the bells to call in the member shall not ring, and the recorded division shall be taken immediately. B, following the disposal of P15, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion respecting the Senate amendment to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments, be put forthwith and successfully, and that any recorded division requested be taken immediately. C, following the disposal of Bill C-76, the sitting shall be suspended until such time as the chair may reconvene the sitting for the sole purpose of attending a royal assent ceremony. D, immediately upon return from the royal assent ceremony, the House shall adjourn until Monday, January 28, 2019, provided that for the purpose of any standing order, it shall be deemed to have been adjourned pursuant to Standing Order 28 and be deemed to have sat on Friday, December 14, 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Yes. Agreed? Excuse me. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? And so carried. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour for me to have the privilege to talk today on this last day where we will be sitting in this building in Centre Block. This is the Parliament building of our great nation. Now, to talk a little bit more about Centre Block, well, rather before I do that, I should let you know that I will be sharing my time with the member for Parle-Jacques-Cartier, one of my very dear colleagues, whose riding is very close to mine. In fact, we even share part of a border. And I'm happy to work with him on various issues that affect our constituents. And for all of the citizens of Beauport-Limoilou who are listening at home now, or who are watching on Facebook or social media, I would like to wish you a very Merry Christmas, wonderful time with your family. Remember to rest up. That's important. It's important to take some time for yourself and for your family and to rest up. I wish everyone a very happy 2019. Of course, I will be in the riding next week and through the holidays. And don't forget that on Wednesday, December 19th, I will be hosting a New Year's Eve event in my riding office from 6 to 9 p.m. There will be drinks and snacks, and we'll celebrate the new year together. Last year, there were more than 200 of you who showed up, and I hope that we'll have the same turnout this year. So, Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy 2019. And yes, Mr. Speaker, today we'll be talking about Bill C-76. I believe this is the third time I've spoken on this bill, and it's the first time that I'll have the opportunity that I've had the opportunity to speak on the same bill at 3 different stages. Now, you know, today we're kind of in a nostalgic mood, I guess, because the Centre Block, the House of Commons in the Centre Block, which is the heart of our democracy, or rather since the building was rebuilt in 1920 after a fire, you know, we're here, members have been sitting in this house for nearly 100 years to serve our citizens and our democracy, of course. We debate bills, issues that affect our country every day. And today it's ironic that we're discussing Bill C-76, which aims to modify the Canada Elections Act. Now, the Elections Act sets all of the yardsticks and conditions under which the 338 members of this House are elected. So it's an interesting bill to be debating on our last day here, but it's also a little bit ironic because, as my NDP colleague said so well in his question to the parliamentary secretary, he said, if this bill is so important for the Liberals, then why are they tabling it hastily after 3 years in power when C-33 was there in 2015, 2016, but then that was sort of indefinitely delayed. And since we're talking about C-76, which affects elections and democracy, I think it's really unfortunate that out of the over 200 amendments brought forward by the Conservatives during committee meetings, only 6 of them were accepted. And we do have some concrete complaints that are based on some concerns that we have, in fact, that are based on a majority opinion. But first, I'd just like to take a minute to tell all of our colleagues and constituents watching on CPAC that, I've had a dream since I was 15 years old. I always wanted to serve the public, serve the citizens of Canada. That's why I enrolled in the armed forces, and that's why I have always dreamt of being an MP. In 2015, I had the exceptional honor of having over 73,000 people, well, not all of them voted for me, but a majority of them voted for me, and they entrusted me with that responsibility. And for me, the House of Commons, contrary to what the Prime Minister said yesterday, he said, well, it's just a building, it's just a room. I disagree. This is going to be closing soon for about 15 years for renovations, and it's not just a room, it's not just a building, it is the chamber of the people. That's why the seats are green, because green represents the people, red represents the aristocracy in the Senate, and, I think it's unfortunate that the Prime Minister said that this is not an important room. I think it is, and I'll explain why. And I'll explain why I think that's the case. Now, the Prime Minister is right that democracy happens everywhere, in street protests and meetings, union meetings and other meetings. It's true that democracy happens in those places, but this is the center of our democracy because this is where the elected officials sit. This is where we vote for bills that govern everything in this country, and this is where we have the power to change the constitution of this country. You can't change the constitution of the country anywhere you want, or in a debate, in an association, or in a protest. This is where you can do that. And this is where it happens, as well as in provincial legislatures. This is the place where we can really amend the way our democracy works and really deal with everyday issues. So, by definition, and also through practice, this is the place where our democracy resides. And contrary to what the Prime Minister said, this is not just any other room. This is the House of Commons. Now, before getting back to Bill C-76, I want to say, now, I don't know if perhaps the camera could just move to explain what I'm about to say, but on the eastern wall, you can see 6 sculptures. One of them has to do with civil law, the other with freedom of speech, the third with the Senate, the fourth with the Governor-General, the 5th with Confederation, and the 6th of votes. Or, sorry, actually that's on the wall behind me, I should have said. And on the western wall across here, we have bilingualism, education, the House of Commons, the tax system, it says taxes at the top, and then the last one is communication. All of these sculptures, Mr. Speaker, are here for a reason. They're here because this is the center of our democracy. And those 12 sculptures, in one way or another, represent the way our federation works. So Bill C-76, well, what are our main concerns about it? we have three main concerns. First, C-76 would allow a Canadian to show up at a polling station and with only a voter ID card. Now, that's the paper that you receive that says that you have the right to vote. To vote. So they could show up with just that card and vote. Whereas previously, you would need more ID. So being able to vote without a driver's license or a passport or some other form of ID presents two risks. First, in 2015, there were a number of erroneous voter ID cards, which was a serious concern. And secondly, it's fairly easy to show up and vote with a card that has a mistake on it. So that's a big problem, Mr. Speaker. This is something serious. Voting needs to be a privilege that is protected in Canada. Now, the second concern that we have, which means that we don't have any choice but to vote against this bill, is that Canadians who live outside of the country will be allowed to vote regardless of how long they've been living abroad. Now, many countries have limits, like Australia, for example, 5 or 6 years. They want to allow 1.4 million countries living abroad, who have been living abroad for 20 or even 30 years, to vote. And they'll even be able to choose the riding in which they vote. Can you imagine the power that we are giving to these Canadians who haven't lived here for 20 or 30 years? They can choose a riding where there's a tight race and make a difference in terms of who is elected. Now, finally, if you'll allow me, Mr. Speaker, the third complaint that we have is that in the pre-writ period, they're going to prevent third parties like unions from taking money from groups outside of the country. Now, that's good, but they're not preventing this from happening before the pre-writ period. So people will be able to take the money, and then in the pre-writ period, they will have that money available. So to all the Canadians who are listening, thank you for your trust, and I'll see you in the riding next week. Questions and comments?
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And like him, I also saw myself as a member of Parliament since the time I was about 15 years old, so it's an honour to be here today standing and speaking to this Elections Act. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member mentioned a couple of things that I want to actually clear the record on. First of all, the Canadian Charter guarantees Canadians the right to vote. It doesn't say you have to live in Canada. It's a charter right to be able to vote. And I think that's something that's really important to recognize. Secondly, the voter, he called it a voter identification card. It's not. It's a voter information card. And all it is proof of residence that you have to use with another piece of ID. And I think those are really important things to make sure that people understand that this is not actually a card that you get in the mail that you can use as an identification. You still have to use it with something else. But there were so many people in the previous election that were not able to vote because they didn't have something with their address on. I'm going to use as an example possibly a senior woman who has lived with her husband who doesn't get a bill in her name. It comes in her husband's name, and she didn't have that other piece, and she doesn't drive. She doesn't have that other piece of ID. All this is an information card that they can provide with another piece of ID in order to vote. So I think it's really important that we make those clarifications. And I just think that the honourable member had some great comments about the building, and I think that's wonderful, and I really appreciate his speech on the history. But I think it's really important in this place when we're talking about bills that we've put forward that we actually stick to the facts, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
The member opposite had the same dream than me starting at 15 years old. I'm glad to see that she went all the way to realizing this dream. Good for her. Marvelous. But, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals speak about this bill as if it was something so fundamental. So why did they wait 3 years? 3 years. We're 3 years into their mandate right now. 3 years of failures. 3 years of failures for the border, where you have almost 100,000 illegal crossing borders happening right now, where you have huge financial pressure on the provincial governments to deal with this crisis. 3 years of failure concerning deficits. They promised they would just run small $10 billion deficits, and now the Parliamentary Budget Officer, an institution created by Mr. Harper, we should never forget that, which bring accountability to the government every single day that they act. The Parliamentary Budget Officers has taught us this week that the deficit is way larger than what they announced 2 weeks ago. It will be about $26 billion just for 2018-2019. And I completely, to finish, completely disagree with the member. Yes, the right to vote is fundamental, but the responsibility of the government is to make sure that the vote is respected and protected for everyone.
Questions et commentaires, questions, comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for his speech and his reflections on this place. And really, democracy is an idea more than a location, but it definitely is a location when you look at this magnificent building that we've been able to work in over the past 100 years. Some of us have almost been here that long. I'm on my first term, Mr. Speaker. But the member mentioned a concern over what happens at the polling stations themselves, at the voting stations themselves. In Guelph in 2011, the Conservatives tried to physically take the voting station away from the University of Guelph while the election was going on. And then we were unable to prosecute because of the lack of powers that the Chief Electoral Officer had. Now, this legislation we have before us today would give power to prosecute for the Chief Electoral Officer. Would the honourable member think that that's a great idea?
Député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
From day one, we contributed to this bill. We proposed over 200 amendments, and only 6 of them were accepted. So I think it's disappointing to see that now they will go forward without the most acceptance of all members. We're talking about a bill which will have impact on the future elections, okay? It is totally normal, and we should require all members to stand behind such important bill. And we think that it would have been a must for them to accept way more of our amendments. So yes, of course, what the member just told us, if there was those kinds of situations that happened during the last election, which was completely unacceptable, if we can give more power to the election directorate, why not? But why were they so negative towards all the other amendments that we brought forward?
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Portneuf, Jacques.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou, with whom I had the privilege to share good times here in the House of Commons. You have to understand that we've just learned that there will be votes after question period, and today will probably be the last day of 2018 in this chamber. And as my colleague said, this is not just a chamber, it's a place where democracy for over 100 years has lived and breathed. There was a fire in 1916, but the Parliament buildings were rebuilt. I have a great deal of respect for our institutions, and it is with a bit of sadness that I rise here to speak to Bill C-76. My dream started when I was 6 years old. My 2 other colleagues started dreaming the dream at the age of 15. I was 6 years old, and I shared with some people here and those who are listening to us that I've followed in the footsteps of my grandfather, who sat in this chamber, so it's with great emotion that I speak of him today. My grandfather was the member of a party which unfortunately does not exist anymore, the Social Creditists, in 1962. And he was a member for the Côte de Beaupré region, so it is with great pride that I stand here. Many of us here today have dreamed this dream. To be a member of Parliament is not an easy thing, and we take our tasks, our duties very seriously. We have 338 members of Parliament, and we all made many sacrifices to come here. We will shortly go home again for the holidays. and our families share us with Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank my spouse Isabelle and my children Charles-Antoine and Frédéric for having shared me with the constituents of Portneuf-Port-Joli. And I meant to say this in my opening. But now let's move on to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make certain consequential amendments. Yesterday, the minister said that her bill stood to defend democracy, but I have to say, Madam Speaker, that this morning, with the notice of motion given yesterday, the government has sped up the process and reduced the time of debate for opposition members so it could move ahead. Is that democracy? I'm not so sure. In fact, it is more like muzzling those who need to speak, who want to present arguments to improve the bill. With this bill, it seems that the government has suddenly woken up after 3 years to table the bill. It had 3 years to do this, but 2019, surprise, surprise, in an election year, and I'll leave it at that. This government is full of contradictions. Democracy does not equal this Liberal government. In 2015, this government had promised to balance the budget in 2019. They campaigned on that promise. We, the Conservatives, and the other parties, the NDP and the Bloc, we were all in the running against the Liberals, and in some ridings, people actually believed the Liberals. They believed the promises the Liberals made to balance the budget in 2019 and to run modest deficits in 2016, 2017, and 2018, and to balance the budget in 2019. But, Mr. Speaker, what has been forecast, and there have been adjustments made by the parliamentary budget officer recently, now the forecast is a deficit of $100 billion. That in 4 years, $100 billion. And this is happening when the economy is doing well. That's quite significant. So let's talk about democracy. In an election campaign, parties ask voters to vote for them. But then the Liberals, who won a majority, and since then they've broken their promise. Is that democracy, Mr. Speaker? Let's continue along this vein. The Liberals had promised that in 2015 would be the last election under the current or the then electoral system. And did the Liberals do some electoral math? Did they think that they would benefit from the electoral system remaining as it is and to break their election promise? Well, that promise was also broken. The Liberals also promised to protect supply management. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not exactly what they did with Mexico or the U.S. In fact, they created a breach in supply management. Over 3% of our market is now open in the supply managed sector. So, and after that agreement, it seems we are being controlled even more by the U.S. Now, the health of Canadians is important, and our standards in the dairy sector are higher than those in the U.S., which costs more money. But we've opened our market to American products, but it seems there's no problem. Life goes on. And so now we're all going back to our ridings in a few hours, and I don't know how Liberals will be able to look at their constituents in the face, look at them in the eyes, and feel good about what they've done over the last 3 years. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to say that the Liberals made a small promise, which seemed a little strange at the time, but it shows again that they made promises they broke. So it was a promise, and the people who were affected by this promise, in fact, they promised that they would defend postal workers. Well, and to bring back mail carriers when the Liberals were in opposition, they promised they would bring back mail carriers. There was the mayor in Quebec City The Liberals disrespected their voters, and they like to claim they're the champions of democracy. This morning, we voted on a motion of time allocation. This means that you're simply limiting the time of debate of members. Since April of 2016, the Liberals have... I'm sorry, I'm getting a little mixed up in my figures here. I voted 35 times against time allocation motions, and this happened on 25 bills. Is this democracy? Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. It seems we don't have the same definition of democracy as Liberals. We need to respect the varying opinions of the members in the House, and opposition parties should have the right to speak, to present their arguments in order to improve legislation. That is the point of this place. Otherwise, we're wasting our time. They are cutting off our time of debate. It's a dictatorship, and that's unacceptable. So they like to claim they're defending democracy. They like to claim that Bill C-76 will be there to improve the electoral system. Well, I certainly question that. Now, when it comes to the voter information card, it is normal that people need to identify themselves before they vote. We have driver's licenses, we have social programs, we have passports when you travel abroad. Well, you need to identify yourself. It's a matter of controlling, of screening people, and that's normal. But when you go to vote, or rather, and now when you go to vote, you'll be able to take this voter information card. As simple as that, even if there are mistakes on it. And all you have to do is brandish this card and say you can vote. But that's a dangerous thing, Mr. Speaker. And I do not believe this Liberal government when it says that it is acting in the interests of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, since this government was elected, can you tell me exactly what it has achieved? Let me repeat, what has it really done for Canadians? I don't have any answer to that question. I'm putting the question out there because maybe I'm blind, I might be partisan. So I will put the question to my constituents who are very intelligent, very aware, and unfortunately they've concluded the same thing that I have. We have this parliamentary rock star who likes to travel around the world, who likes to boast that he's the head of a responsible government which defends Canadians. I could add many more things, Mr. Speaker, but my time is running out, so I'd like to take this opportunity to warmly wish all of my constituents from Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier happy holidays, good health. We'll see you in 2019 with a fair and equitable electoral system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with closely to my colleague, and I have the great luck to sit on the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, which studied this bill. We studied the bill at length. We had to deal with also a great deal of obstruction, but this bill is going to make our electoral system more transparent, more accessible. It's going to modernize the administration of elections, and it'll make elections more secure. I do not at all share what my colleague across has just said. However, I'd like to hear him speak about what I've just said. Now, for our military servicemen and women working in Canada and working abroad, whether these people are military personnel work or whether Canadians are posted abroad and work with Global Affairs Canada, the civilian staff with the military, all of these people will find it is easier for them to participate in a vote. They will be able to mail in their ballots or use other means to cast their ballots. I'd like to know whether my colleague opposite realizes that these people number about 1 million, and that voting will be made easier for them in this bill, and that it will be easier for them to exercise a basic right that is enshrined in the Charter. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I'd like to thank my colleague for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, I don't think she really listened to me because I did not mention the issue she has raised. If we want to improve a bill, certain things are good, certain things are not so good. And out of respect for our military personnel serving abroad, I think it makes sense, it is legitimate to make it easier for them to vote. That does not mean we can ignore issues of security, for instance. I agree with my colleague for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles that it is a good thing that that Canadians working abroad and our military personnel stationed abroad will find it easier to vote. However, I'd like my colleague to ask other questions of me because there are other issues I'd like to focus on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Saskatoon grasslands.
Mr. Speaker and Cypress Hills, thank you very much. It is important to hear the words Cypress Hills and grasslands together. Thank you. I just want to ask my colleague a bit of a question as we wrap up here towards the end of this session. This government has basically failed at everything that they've done. When you come to talk about electoral reform, their first, approach to electoral reform was a complete failure. They came with a set agenda, found out from Canadians they didn't want anything to do with that. They backed off on that. In terms of their financial commitments, this government has completely turned its back on the commitments that it made in 2015. The balanced budgets, we've talked a lot about that over the last few days, how these deficits continue to climb and to climb and to climb. You can take a look at the small business community and the attacks on the small business community over the last year. This government, for some reason, has decided they don't like small business people, and of course they refer to them as tax cheats. We talk about the immigration system over the last couple of days and how they've lost control of that as well. And taxpayers are spending over $1 billion now because of an inability to control an immigration system that was in good shape when it was turned over to them. In terms of firearms, community is very upset. We have carbon tax, which is going to add billions of dollars to Canadians' expenses. And then when we come to these bills, we see continually that legislatively bills have to be fixed again and again and again. And I guess I find it ironic that we're at one today that has had so many problems. It's been numerous amendments to it, but the general perception of it is that it gives the Liberals an advantage in this next election. I'm just wondering if he can just tell me, does he think this history of incompetence is something that we should really be discussing as we close out our final hours in this place, that the focus seems to be on the incompetence of the Liberals and their capacity for self-delusion and then for trying to manipulate the system so it works for them.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier has 30 seconds. I'd like to thank my colleague for Cypress Hills Grasslands, and I share his questions. I think that the process is speeding up at this point here, and it shows the amateurism, and I insist on that word, the amateurism of this government, which is improvising right, left, and centre. It's going to cost $1.1 billion to bring in this illegal migrants who are crossing at Roxham Road, and it is unacceptable. But what is good is that 2019 is just around the corner. There will be a federal election, and again, Canadians will be able to vote in a truly responsible government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I rise at this time just to indicate, here we are in a beautiful building, a building that has so much meaning to Canadians from all regions of our country. It's such a privilege to be an elected representative. We know that today will, in fact, be our last day of sitting. When I think of some of the institutions that we have in Canada, number one on the list for me personally is the Parliament building. This is the center of our democracy, and I really appreciated the words yesterday from the Prime Minister and find it very significant that we are actually debating another aspect of democracy at this, what will be our last day of the sitting inside this beautiful hall or room inside the Parliament building. It is about democracy, and in the how wonderful it is that Canada, which many would argue, including myself, the best country in the world, and we owe it to the individuals that have fought the wars, that have, and I literally mean the wars, Mr. Speaker, to individuals that have filled this chamber, but most importantly, from Canadians coast to coast who recognize the importance of our democracy, get out and get engaged, whether they're volunteers, candidates, contributors, whatever it might be. And it's such a touching day in the sense that this will be our last day inside this hall. And perhaps I might be afforded an opportunity, depending on my constituents and my family, to give another speech inside this chamber in 10 years from now. Tough to say, Mr. Speaker, but I do look forward to the future. Mr. Speaker, and maybe just before, because it will be the last time I rise this year, to give my thanks to some special people, individuals that actually record everything that is said. We call them our Hansard people, to the individuals up in the TV room. And if you've never been in the TV room, it's quite the grouping that's up there, Mr. Speaker. They do a fantastic job at ensuring that we all look relatively well in our presentations and delivering our speeches. To the individuals that provide the security of this building and of this chamber, to the table officers and the fine work that they do in supporting us as members of Parliament, and including yourself, Speaker, to the individuals such as our pages that do and play a very important role for all of us members of Parliament. And I suspect some speeches are a little bit more challenging than others to listen to, but at the end of the day, I really do appreciate the effort that our pages put in. To our support staff, you know, we have amazing individuals that participate in our House leadership teams, to the ministers and the staff that are there to provide us often the type of speaking notes that are necessary in order to be able to participate and be engaged in the debates. There are so many individuals, Mr. Speaker, that really contribute to the functionality of this place, and I just wanted to give my personal, and I believe on behalf of many, if not all members, extend my thank yous and express how much I truly appreciate it. Now, having said all of that, I do want to get to the core of the issue, and having listened to the debate so far, there are many things that come to my mind. You know, in listening to what members were talking about, sometimes you would wonder whether or not we're even debating Bill C-76. Someone posed the question, well, what has the government actually achieved over the last 3 years? Others have talked about specifics, things that have occurred in the last 3 years. And then we've had some discussion from the Conservatives in regards to Bill C-76. And I think that's where it is I would like to start off, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, a few years back when I was sitting in opposition, we had Stephen Harper's, they called it the Fair Elections Act, Mr. Speaker. In opposition, we called it the Unfair Elections Act. And I can remember the individuals and the stakeholders and the Canadians from coast to coast to coast that recognized the many flaws of Stephen Harper's attempt to reform our elections. And there was a great deal of discouragement. And we did make a commitment to be able to make some changes to our Elections Act, Mr. Speaker, and that's what it is that we're actually talking about today. But when I reflect on the days in which we had that debate when we were in opposition, there was something that there was in common today. And that was, back then, the people that were in opposition to the Conservative legislation included the Liberal Party, the New Democratic Party, the Green Party, political stakeholders or individuals that followed politics from virtually every region of our country. There were letters that were written appealing to the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, at the time, not to be moving forward on a number of different fronts. Elections Canada actually, in their presentations to the committee, no doubt felt very frustrated because you had a government that seemed to be disregarding what Elections Canada. Elections Canada, as an organization, as an institution, is recognized around the world as an agency that performs exceptionally well when it comes to democracy, and the Conservative government had no real respect for Elections Canada. You know, it's somewhat offensive when you get Conservative members talk about how it is that through this legislation we're trying to jig the election in any form whatsoever. It's misinformation, and that's something in which the Conservatives are actually fairly good at, that Conservative spin. And it doesn't have to be truthful, Mr. Speaker. They have a spin, and they continue to spin it, Mr. Speaker, even though it doesn't meet what I would suggest to you, a line that says that at the end of the day that it's true, that in fact it's often very misleading, Mr. Speaker. And I'm being generous when I say very misleading. This legislation that we have before us today is in fact supported by other political entities. It's only the Conservative Party that's not wanting this legislation to pass. And it's interesting, we've had first reading, we've had second reading, we've had it go to committee, it's gone report stage and third reading here in the House, Mr. Speaker. Then it went over to the Senate, where it was thoroughly debated again, and all sorts of other stakeholders were made presentation. A relatively minor technical amendment was actually made, and now it's back before the House. And the Conservatives, once again, have taken the approach that unless this government is prepared to bring in time allocation, this bill will never see the light of the day. Mr. Speaker, let there be no doubt that every stage in which this bill has attempted to get through Parliament, the Conservative official opposition, which I would argue is still spearheaded by Stephen Harper himself, at least one would think that, Mr. Speaker, continues to want to frustrate this legislature or this House in ensuring that Bill C-76 never sees the light of day. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that that is most tragic, that C-76 enhances democracy in Canada. It enables more people to participate in the democratic process. We've had ministers, parliamentary secretaries, many members, even some New Democrats that have actually stood in their place and talked, Mr. Speaker, about how important it is to see this legislation become the law of the land. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is because at the end of the day, it does improve the system. So people that might actually be following the debate or listening to the debate itself should be aware that if the government did not bring in time allocation on this motion, that this motion would not pass. The Conservatives have no intention to pass this legislation. And that is the reason why. So when they talk about a historic day, yes, this is a historic day. It is the last day in which we will have debate inside this chamber. But to try to indicate that the government's desire to use time allocation in order to fulfill a commitment to Canadians in terms of making these changes is somewhat disingenuous, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why it's disingenuous is because the Conservatives do not want us to see this legislation ultimately pass. Yet we made a commitment in the last federal election to pass it, and in fact, it has wide support for it, Mr. Speaker, and for a very good reason. If we take a look at some of the things in which this bill is actually doing, Mr. Speaker, from things such as the treatment of expenses related to the provision of care. And that is something that I would suggest you would be of great value and benefit for those individuals, for example, that have children going through an election where there's spending caps, and now they'll be able to have care provided for children if you're the candidate, Mr. Speaker, and that will not be applied under the spending cap. And there's a percentage, a healthy percentage of that cost that would in fact be rebated. Mr. Speaker, that is widely supported in every area of anyone that talks about improving democracy, not only in Canada, but in the world, Mr. Speaker. There are many different aspects of this legislation that really makes our democratic system better. Assistance for electors with disabilities, transfer certificates for electors with a disability, voting at home opportunities or enhancement, level access for polling places. It allows for pilot projects to be conducted through the Chief Electoral Officer, costs to accommodate electors with disabilities. It does things within the legislation that enhances democracy for members of the Canadian Forces, Mr. Speaker. It revises who is entitled to vote under Division 2, again, with the idea of enhancing our democracy. It has new voting integrity measures that are put into place. It has requirements to provide service numbers with respect to the Canadian Forces. Mr. Speaker, it is a very lengthy list of actions that are actually being put into place as a direct result of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues when Stephen Harper brought in electoral reform was the voter identification or information card. The voter information card was a valuable piece of identification that could be used with other identification in order to enable a person to actually vote. The Conservatives got rid of that, Mr. Speaker. There was widespread objection to the Conservative government at the time getting rid of it. This legislation reinstates it, Mr. Speaker. And it reinstates it with the support of organizations such as Elections Canada, many of the different stakeholders, with the support of political parties, including the Greens, the New Democrats, obviously the Liberals, and others, Mr. Speaker. We're doing that because we recognize the value of enhancing our democratic system. Mr. Speaker, this is good legislation. I do not understand why it is that the Conservative Party does not support the legislation. And it's telling in regards to the remarks. I would invite people to listen to what the Conservative Party said today about in addressing Bill C-76. I would suggest you maybe 50% of the time or more, they didn't focus on the legislation, but rather they talked about the last 3 years. And they used the word failure after failure. Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the last 3 years. One of the very first speeches that I gave when we had this legislature, the first piece of legislation that this government introduced in this beautiful chamber. We're talking about the last one today. What about the first one? The first one, Mr. Speaker, dealt with the tax break for Canada's middle class. That was the first real piece of legislation that we introduced for this inside this chamber. And you know what? Mr. Speaker, not only are they voting against Bill C-76, but they also voted against the tax break for Canada's middle class. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues are right. You would think that they would be somewhat shamed. So when you talk about this whole idea of, well, what's happened in the past 3 years, let me tell my Conservative friends across the way.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill has a point of order.
I would be remiss if I weren't to point out the fact that perhaps my colleague might have strayed a bit from the relevance of the topic at hand. But I'll say this, Mr. Chair, I would invite him instead to come back to the topic, especially since this may or may not be the last speech given in this place for the next 15 years, that he might want to make it relevant and perhaps wish everyone a very Merry Christmas.
As I mentioned earlier, the honourable members do deviate and go on different courses, but sometimes they do come back and actually make a lot of sense and make it work. So I'll leave it to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, but this is my last chance, so I'd like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holiday. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, people are chewing up my time here. You know, I've got a lot to say. Mr. Speaker, this is my last speech this year. You know, Mr. Speaker, I would ask my friend to talk to the member from Caribou about the issue of relevancy on this particular bill. And I do wish her a very Merry Christmas. Mr. Speaker, but Conservative after Conservative stood in their place and they wanted to talk about what has actually happened in the last 3 years. And that's what I want to spend my last 3 minutes on, Mr. Speaker, because there have been lots of wonderful things in the last 3 years. Whether we talked about that break to Canada's middle class, what about that special tax on Canada's highest 1%, the wealthiest 1%, Mr. Speaker? Something, again, that the Conservatives actually had voted against. Mr. Speaker, on many occasions I've talked about the Canada Child Benefit increase and how that's lifted thousands, tens of thousands of children out of poverty. What about the Guaranteed Income Supplement, Mr. Speaker? That has lifted, again, tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty. What about a government that's worked with other governments, Mr. Speaker, to achieve agreements such as a price on pollution? Only the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, and they brought it up today in their speeches, Mr. Speaker, believe that there shouldn't be a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. Only the Conservatives believe that, and we still await their plan. But what about the agreement between the provinces and territories on the CPP plan, which is going to put more money in the pockets of individuals when they start retiring in the years ahead, Mr. Speaker? What about the reduction from 67 back to 65 when it comes time to collect the OAS? Mr. Speaker, not to mention the hundreds of millions, the historic investment in Canada's infrastructure that this government has put into place. Mr. Speaker, this government has done more in the last 3 years than Stephen Harper did in 10 years. Mr. Speaker, this government has put in, by working with Canadians in every region of our country, has generated over 700,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker. We have an economy that's doing far better than most countries within the G8, Mr. Speaker, or I should say the G7.
Order. First of all, the time for debate has expired, but I do have a point of order from the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we are down to the very last moments of the member's speech, and this is his last chance in this House for the next decade to actually get back on the topic under discussion.
Well, he doesn't have another chance because the time, in fact, has expired for debate. Sorry. I'm sorry. Time's up. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has said a word or two in this place, and I suspect he might in the next location. The message has been received from the Senate. Order. I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. December 13, 2018, the Honourable, the Speaker of the House of Commons, Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Governor-General of Canada, will proceed to the Senate chamber today, the 13th day of December 2018 at 4:30 p.m. for the purpose of giving royal assent to certain bills of law. Yours sincerely, Vicente de Lorenzo, Secretary to the Governor-General and Herald Chancellor. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la...
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received on December 13th, 2018. The Honorable, to the Honorable Speaker of the House, I have the honor of advising you that the Right Honorable Julie Payette, Governor-General of Canada, will be in the Senate chamber today on December 13th, 2018 at 4:30 p.m. in order to give royal assent to certain bills. Most sincerely, the Secretary to the Governor-General, Mr. Lorenzo.
Déclaration de députés.
Statements by members.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you may know, a couple of weeks ago I celebrated my 30th anniversary of my first election to this committee. Mind you, I've been thrown in, I've been thrown out, I've been recycled, I've changed parties a few times, but I've had an incredible experience in this chamber, and to think that this is the last day is really hard to take. My first seat was over here, my seatmate was Kim Campbell. She ended up being one of my 6 prime ministers that I've served under. I've sat over there, I've sat in the seat of a member from Sandwich Gulf Islands. I've sat everywhere, there's not a bad seat in this House, Mr. Speaker. And my last seat, when I was independent, I sat directly between the NDP and the Liberals in the very back row, and I got to know the very distinguished member from Papineau. And that resulted in me sitting in this seat. But I just have to say, I've seen members of Parliament from all parties do great things in this chamber. And I'm very proud to be part of all of that. And so no doubt I will not be back in this chamber again. So I would just like to say thank you very much for the experience. And Merry Christmas to everybody. Have a good one.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the citizens of Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles gave me the opportunity to represent them in this House. Almost every day, I rise on behalf of the 95,000 citizens of my riding to question the government or to vote, as Richard Marceau, Daniel Petit, and Anne-Marie Day did before me. For more than 100 years, men and women from across Canada, from different political stripes, have spent long hours in this place to make the voices of millions of Canadians heard. There were votes that led us to the First and Second World Wars, votes that concluded major free trade treaties, and so on. Yes, this room is only a building, but this building has a soul. It's the soul of the great Canadians who have marked Canadian history. I feel humbled and honored to be the latest in a long line of members for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles who've each represented our citizens in their own way. For this last statement in the building, I would like to strongly reaffirm my gratitude and respect for this institution, the House of Commons, and I look forward to speaking on behalf of Canadians in the new House very soon, particularly the citizens of Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with honour that I rise today for one of my last member statements in this House. Last November, a company in my riding called EMD Construction Bâtiment received 2 awards at the most recent edition of the prestigious USA and America's Property Awards. This award is linked to the prestigious International Property Awards, which recognize the best real estate projects in terms of architecture, design, and successful property management all around the world. EMD Construction Bâtiment won the award for the Best Canadian Residential Development for the Chartwell-L'Enval project in Cap-Rouge in the Quebec City region. They're the first developers in Canada to receive the prestigious award for a retirement residence project. And they're from my riding, and I'm very proud of them. So congratulations to the entire EMD Construction team. It's a very dynamic company. And I also want to take this opportunity to wish all of my colleagues in this house, as well as people listening at home, Merry Christmas and a very happy New Year to all of you. I wish you peace, good health, and good time with your loved ones. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the holidays are approaching and there are many people waiting for a present from the Prime Minister. They would like him to finally announce a by-election in Outremont. In October, the Prime Minister decided that over 300,000 Canadians, including the citizens of Outremont, didn't need to have a voice in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, everyone has the right to be represented in Parliament. In Outremont, we have an exceptional candidate and a personal friend of mine. She is an extraordinary woman, and I know that she is committed to working internationally, and she's also committed to environmental issues. Knowing how much work she's done on these files, I know that she will do an excellent job representing the constituents of Outremont and defending their interests. The Prime Minister should give a present to people in Outremont and announce the by-election so that Ms. Sanchez can join the NDP caucus in Ottawa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, it's an absolute pleasure for me to rise on our last day in Centre Block to make a statement. On behalf of the Latin American community in my riding of Davenport and right across the country, I'd like to put a spotlight on the continuing deterioration of the state of affairs in Venezuela. Almost 3 million Venezuelans have fled to surrounding countries, causing one of the largest migrations in the history of Latin America and putting enormous strain on local services in countries such as Peru, Colombia, Brazil, Chile, Mexico, and Argentina. There is a humanitarian crisis where millions of Venezuelans do not have access to food, to medicines, and other basic life necessities. And then there's the human rights abuses, the extrajudicial killings, the violent crackdowns on protesters, activists, and journalists. Canada has condemned the role of the current regime in the ongoing political and economic crisis, imposed economic sanctions on officials, and we are one of the first countries in the Americas to denounce the human rights situation. And we will continue to be vigilant to what is happening in Venezuela. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
The Yazidi community is currently observing the 3-day fast of December. Fasting is occurring from dawn until sunset, and in the evening, family and friends hold feast and engage in prayer. This is the time when Yazidis connect with the divine, celebrate blessings, and pray for peace. Tomorrow, Yazidis will hold the Feast of Azid. And who knows, Mr. Speaker, when we next meet in here 10 years hence, maybe we'll have seen Canada's first Yazidi Member of Parliament. The resiliency of this community and of their traditions is nothing short of a miracle. When evil tried to stamp out this people, they have persevered. Despite so many threats to their existence, Yazidis continue to celebrate their respect for peace and universal well-being for all of humanity. I would like to say to all Yazidis, on behalf of all of us in this place, Iza wa Piroje Be, and to all Canadians, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, peace, and good health.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to shed light on a medical condition that affects over 800,000 Canadians. Myalgic encephalomyelitis, commonly referred to as chronic fatigue syndrome, and fibromyalgia, or ME/FM, are debilitating physical conditions that can severely limit a person's ability to carry out ordinary daily activities. But unlike other conditions, those suffering with very real physical symptoms, including incapacitating pain, are frequently stigmatized, told that it's in their head, and denied basic supports that others with disabilities are entitled to. Poverty and social isolation often follow. Global research on the causes, diagnostics, and possible treatment of this condition are nearing potential breakthroughs, and yet there is no funding or research here in Canada. I want to thank my constituent, Margaret Parler, and the National ME/FM Advocacy Network for their tireless advocacy to raise awareness on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Family, faith, traditions, time spent amongst friends, togetherness, and celebrating the gift of life.
Mr. Speaker, these are aspects that we all cherish during the holiday season. I feel so blessed to have amazing colleagues on all sides of the House representing this beautiful country and the hardworking Canadians from coast to coast to coast. C'est un honneur.
It's an honor for me to serve all Canadians. During the holiday season, let's take some time to reflect on what we've accomplished this year and to show our love to the people around us.
The spirit of giving, Mr. Speaker, and always look out for opportunities to help those less fortunate in our society. Mr. Speaker, from my family and I, warm wishes to everyone here and all Canadians for a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, Joyeux Noël.
Merry Christmas to one and all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has now voted down motions to study what the impact that the GM plant closure in Oshawa would have on the Canadian automotive industry and the economy, not once, not twice, but 3 times. First, at the Industry Committee, the Liberals failed us. Then, at the International Trade Committee, the Liberals failed us again. And finally, yesterday, in this House, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals failed Canadians by not supporting our motion calling for the Industry Committee to study the closure with stakeholders as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, I've asked repeatedly in this House when the Prime Minister will release his plan to help the affected workers. Again, nothing. Now, you can understand the confusion among Canadians when the Prime Minister says he wants to work to find a solution, and yet the Liberals won't let parliamentarians take action to keep jobs in Oshawa and Canada, work with stakeholders, and provide recommendations to the government. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals continue to fail the people of Oshawa and all Canadians.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, the holiday season is a time to reflect upon the year that has passed and give a hand to those most in need in our communities. So today I rise to reflect upon 2 ways our government is giving a hand to those most in need in St. John Rothsay. This fall, I was thrilled to make an announcement 3 years in the making. Nearly $2.7 million in federal funding for St. John Human Development Council's UYes project. This funding will give 183 at-risk youth in our community the opportunity to acquire the job skills they need to find gainful employment. I'm also thrilled to announce over 7,000 families in St. John Rothsay are benefiting from an average Canada Child payment of $670 a month. These investments in progressive social programs will help lift thousands of my constituents out of poverty and ensure that more families in my community have roofs over their heads and foods on their tables every passing Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done, Wayne. The honourable member for Calgary Central.
I have some good news to share with everyone. Because of our national housing strategy, kids with disabilities are finding places to live in their community to build their lives. As you're aware, 1 in 7 Canadians has a disability, but many of these are Canadian kids who are growing up in hospital because they don't have the supports they need. We are dealing with that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, at Horizon Housing's Glenmorgan project in Calgary, there is a supportive living area that allows these kids to grow up in a home environment with the nursing care and support that they need. Clearly, this is some good news for the holiday season. Kids with disabilities being able to build their life outside of a hospital. I am certain everyone will agree this is a game changer for kids with disabilities in this country. I wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The session's coming to an end. It's 2018, but even today, thousands of Canadians do not have access to broadband internet service. The CRTC said in 2016 that broadband internet access is essential to Canada's economic, social, democratic, and cultural fabric. All Canadians must have access to high-speed internet. The Auditor General reported in 2016 that this government had launched Connect to Innovate, a program to expand internet coverage. But oops, they forgot to start the program. So once again, they've wasted taxpayers' money. People in the regions should have the same rights as those living in urban centres. So, this holiday season, I'd like to ask the government to commit to provide high-speed internet to the citizens of the regions. We're no longer living in the time of green acres, Mr. Speaker. Our regions deserve better. In closing, I'd like to offer my best wishes for happiness and health to all the citizens of the most beautiful riding in Canada, Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. We'll see each other in 2019.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
Honourable Member for Orleans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With this time, this magnificent place counting down from months to weeks to days to now hours, I want to take this moment to thank the residents of Orleans for entrusting me to be their voice in the Hill. I also most especially want to thank those who serve our country both in and out of uniform, and your staff, Mr. Speaker, the clerks, the pages, the translators, the RCMP, Parliamentary Protective Services, people who work in the restaurant, those who make our lives so much easier and are focused on getting the job done. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, let's continue to embody the values that reflect what it means to be Canadian. And let's show generosity and goodwill to our fellow citizens, our visitors from around the world.
Both sides of the aisle. With that, I wish you all a Merry Christmas and best wishes for a great New Year. Thank you.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Mr. Speaker, over this holiday season, Jagmeet Singh will be knocking on doors throughout Burnaby South. I hope the Prime Minister will stop playing games with the by-elections and allow voters to choose their representatives. Jagmeet Singh has a very compelling family story. He had to make his own way in the world and took care of his family when his father fell ill. Because of his experiences at a time of record inequality and a profound family debt crisis, Jagmeet Singh believes in investing in people, in families, and communities. He represents a change from the same old story we see in Ottawa. Jagmeet Singh has shown courage throughout his life. He grew up facing racism and turned that challenge into strength and compassion. He fundamentally believes that we need to build a better Canada, a Canada where everybody matters and where no one is left behind. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the day when voters can choose to have Jagmeet Singh speak up on behalf of Burnaby South and all Canadians here in Ottawa on the floor of the House of Commons.
Order. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the opioid crisis in Canada is killing more people than homicide, suicide, and traffic accidents combined. The statistics are alarming. 8,000 Canadians have died from this crisis, and 11 Canadians are dying each day. At the Take Note debate on Monday evening, my colleague from Barrie Springwater, Oro Medante, spoke about the tragic impact the opioid crisis is having on our city of Barrie, Ontario. He spoke about the 38 deaths in 2017 alone, 38 lives that have been lost, families that have been decimated, and our community is reeling trying to solve this crisis. It's all hands on deck. Unbelievably, during the debate, Mr. Speaker, while a member was referring to the 38 deaths, a microphone clearly picked up the Liberal government House Leader saying, quote, "Oh, that's it? That's not so bad, is it?" One death in this national crisis is too many, Mr. Speaker, and for the Liberal government House Leader to dismiss the deaths of 38 people in Barrie as, "Oh, that's it, that's not so bad, is it?" is unacceptable, repugnant, and morally reprehensible.
The honourable member for Hull Aylmer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was August 15th, 1988, that I came to Ottawa to become a parliamentary page. I had the privilege of setting foot on the green carpet of the House of Commons. At that time, I didn't know that 27 years later I would have the privilege of representing my constituents in the House of Commons as the member for Hull Aylmer. But, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that from a very early age I was a real political nerd. I was addicted to Hansard at the age of 15. I mean, who does that?
I was reading the great debates that were happening in the House, and I got to know these people who I never met, but I got to know them through Hansard, the Joe Clarks, the Nelson Reeses, the George Bakers, their wit and intelligence really coming through. And Mr. Speaker, aside from having the great privilege of being a page, what I will take from this chamber is a more emotional time that happened here, and that is when Maurice Bélanger took your chair, and a very emotional time. Mr. Speaker, we are not owners of this House. We are just but stewards. We are just passing through. Let's take care of it while they take care of this building over the next 10 years.
Well said. Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Crisis is heartbreaking and tragic. In the first half of this year, more than 2,000 Canadians died as a result of this epidemic. Opioid deaths affect Canadians of all backgrounds. Rich, poor, people from rural or urban areas, all are affected. This is a national crisis, and the government needs to take action immediately before the situation gets even worse. Does the government realize how urgent this situation is, and do they take the opioid crisis seriously?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we are in a national public health crisis when it comes to the opioid epidemic, and our government is taking it extremely seriously. We are treating this as a public health issue and not a criminal one. Unlike the Harper Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, we have restored harm reduction as a key pillar in our strategy. We believe in supervised consumption sites and overdose prevention sites because we recognize they save lives. We continue to work with provinces and territories, and we will do all that we can to turn this tide on this national public health crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, earlier this week, when we were debating about the crisis, we heard some heart-wrenching stories of lives lost, including the loss of 38 lives in Barrie, Ontario. And unbelievably, when the Liberals responded to hearing of these 38 deaths, the Liberal House Leader could be hearing saying, and I quote, "Oh, that's it? That's not so bad, is it?" Mr. Speaker, these heartless and cruel comments are incredibly hurtful to the thousands who have suffered because of this crisis. Why in the world would the Liberal House Leader say this, and will she stand in this House and apologize?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue for myself. It is for my community. I know it is for all members across this place. I will tell you that my comments were not intended to diminish the seriousness of this. In Waterloo Region, we have seen 85 people lose their lives. Mr. Speaker, on this issue, if I've offended anyone, I can promise you I have no problem apologizing. I apologize. Thank you.
Well, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I do thank the House Leader for that apology, but unfortunately it can't erase the damage and the hurt that has been done. Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. The Honourable Opposition House Leader has the floor. Order.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of families have suffered greatly as a result of this crisis, and cruel comments like those only make things worse, and they cannot undo the damage done. So the question for the House Leader is this: how could she say that? What did she mean by those comments? And is this the way the Liberal cabinet talks about this crisis when the doors are closed and they think that nobody's listening?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it was a very serious debate that we had on Monday. We had members from both sides ask for emergency debate. It was denied. We worked together, all parties, to ensure that members could put themselves on the record. This is a very serious issue. I was part of that debate, and I too shared a story. It impacts my community like it impacts every community across this country. It is a national crisis. We do need to do more, and I can assure you that's what we're doing. As I've said to the member, and I will say to all members in this place and anyone that took my comments to be intended for something they weren't, I apologize. Thank you.
The order, please. Order. The honourable member for Lévis-les-Botinières. Mr. Speaker, Monday night, after giving a moving speech on the opioid crisis, the member for Barrie told us that 38 people have died in Barrie unfairly, affecting their families and loved ones, leaving them in mourning because of this crisis. The Leader of the government in the House then said, "Oh, that's all. That's not so bad, isn't it? That's outrageous." So allow me to describe this remark as being completely unacceptable. Can the government House Leader explain why she said this? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with a an opioid public health crisis. The government is working hard with its partners at the provincial, territorial, and municipal level. Since 2018, we've invested over $230 million. We want Canadians to know that we have resources on the ground. There are services available to those who need them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Lévis-les-Botinières. Mr. Speaker, a single death is one too many. The government House leader showed a complete lack of compassion. The opioid crisis is serious. Does she understand the scope of it and its tragic consequences for the families of the 38 people who died? Mr. Speaker, will the government House leader revisit her words and explain why she does not think that these 38 deaths are a serious matter? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, we are extremely concerned by the opioid crisis. It's a public health crisis. Our government is seeing this as a public health issue and not a criminal issue. We're working with the provinces and territories to put resources on the ground where they are needed. We'll keep on monitoring this situation closely and work with all of our partners. The numbers that we've seen this week are not only numbers, they're people, moms, dads, children. We're all concerned about this crisis. The honourable member.
Believe that the contract given by Via Rail to a German company to build trains in the U.S. is the best thing that can happen. We can feel a collective facepalm from Canadians. They know it makes no sense. They know that Liberals lie down when it comes the time to protect Canadian jobs. The U.S. demands that at least 65% of the work of a public transportation tender has to be local and that final assembly has to be done on its territory. China has similar provisions. Liberals could have given Bombardier the possibility of a final offer, and they refuse to do it. Why don't they care about protecting Canadian jobs?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I've answered this question many times, so I'll approach it differently. People taking new trains within the Quebec City Windsor corridor will benefit from improved comfort, enhanced accessibility, better safety, and cleaner travel. On top of this, with today's deal, Siemens aims to provide Canadian content of more than 20% in supplies and services. The NDP says one thing in this House, but behind closed doors, they admit that our trade deals work for Canadians.
The honourable member. When I hear the minister should go to La Pocatière and speak directly to Bombardier workers. The United States requires local content guarantees for public transit tenders. It is the same with China, but here he's telling us that there's nothing the government can do because we're bound by our trade agreements. That's ridiculous. Quebec Liberal MPs have no influence. The United States require a minimum threshold of 65% of local content and that the final assembly be carried out on U.S. soil. So why do Liberals back down every time they should be defending Canadians? It's very clear that the NDP does not understand anything at all about what a free trade agreement is. And speaking of Bombardier, well, let's talk about the Azure $500 million contract, which was given to the La Pocatière plant. Why doesn't the NDP mention that we spent $154 million for Via at La Pocatière, and there are contracts given to Montreal and Gaspésie. There are contracts for Quebec. The NDP never mentions those contracts. Order. I would ask the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert not to shout when others are speaking, or not to shout at all in this chamber. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, 2 years after the Panama Papers scandal, the Liberals still haven't gone after tax avoiders internationally. If you earn $35,000 a year and you owe the government $2,200, they'll come after you. But if you hide money in tax havens, the CRA can't do a thing. The minister can say that her plan is working, but in the last 3 years, she has nothing to show for it. No convictions, no money has been collected for international tax evasion. Why are the Liberals letting the rich get off the hook so easily? The Honourable Minister of Revenue. Mr. Speaker, the report from the Public Service of Canada shows that cuts made under the Harper government have had devastating impacts, with our investments of over $1 billion in the fight against tax evasion. Our government has given the agency the necessary resources, and under our leadership, we have hired 1,300 new tax auditors, and in 3 years, we have conducted 10 times more audits than occurred in 10 years under the Harper government. Our plan is working, and we're starting to see the results.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
What rubbish. No charges have been laid, Mr. Speaker. When regular people claim something on their taxes, they're given only 90 days to prove that it's a legal claim. It's been 2 years since the Panama Papers revealed that many of the richest people in Canada have been stashing billions of dollars in illegal offshore tax havens, and still not a single charge has been laid. That's like playing Monopoly, where the richest always get a get-out-of-jail-free card. This Christmas, instead of going after everyday people all the time, why doesn't the Prime Minister tell his minister to go after illegal offshore tax havens for a change?
Mr. Speaker, in our last 3 budgets, we have invested over $1 billion to give the Canada Revenue Agency the tools it needs to go after tax cheats. Now, with regard to the Panama Papers, the agency has identified over 3,000 foreign entities linked with over 2,600 beneficial owners who have connections with Canada. There have been audits into 80% of these cases, and we have also brought forth the voluntary disclosure program. We are getting close to our targets. Order. I'd like to remind the member for Burnaby Westminster that after asking a question, he should listen. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if they are getting closer, but it seems that gaps are growing. 2 days ago, the parliamentary budget officer sounded the alarm again because our deficit will hit $30 billion next year. The Liberals were elected 3 years ago, promising that in 2019 there would be no deficit. A year ago, it was going to be $10 billion. This week, $20 million. But now it looks like it'll be $30 billion. The Liberals have completely lost control of our public finances. So, simple question. When will they balance the budget? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent to give us the opportunity to answer one more time in this chamber before the centre block closes. My colleague for Louis Saint Laurent is an amateur historian. He knows that since 2006, the Conservatives took the best ever fiscal situation of a new government, and they dilapidated all the surpluses the Liberal governments under Paul Martin and Jean Chrétien had left to them. Conservatives are all rhetoric and posturing. In 10 years, they had the worst economic record, and they have no lessons to give to the rest of us. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you to my colleague for Louis Hébert, but you don't need a history degree to know that in 3 years, Canada was the best country in the G7 to emerge from the recession. That was our Conservative legacy. The Liberals are spending like drunken soldiers. Spending is completely out of control. The deficit will spiral up to $30 billion. Last chance for the member of Louis Saint-Hébert to answer the question. Can you give us real answers? When is the government going to balance the budget? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if you want to stay with the topic of history, the reason why Canada emerged well from the world economic crisis is in great part because the Liberals said no to Stephen Harper when he called on Canada's banking sector to be deregulated. The Conservatives added $150 billion to our debt, and in 2015 they left us in a state of technical recession. So it took the Liberals to clean up the Conservative mess. We have the strongest growth within the G7, 300,000 kids lifted out of poverty, and the best record on economic growth. Thank you. I would also ask the honourable member for Parneuf-Jacques-Cartier not to shout when another MP is speaking.
Richmond Hill.
But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians decided based on a promise that the Prime Minister made to balance the budget. And yesterday, the International Monetary Fund warned industrialized countries to fix the roof while the sun shines as the storm clouds quickly amass over the global economy. However, this Prime Minister is doing the opposite. He continues to spend money we don't have with reckless abandon, which will ultimately lead to severe cuts of critical service when we need them the most. When will the Prime Minister do the right thing, brace our economy for the storm, and balance the budget?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, no wonder now that she's on that side. She knows a thing or two about cutting services. Actually, it's their side that cut services to veterans, that cut pay specialists, that led to the Phoenix pay system. It's their side, Mr. Speaker, that sent checks to families of millionaires. That was their focus. Mr. Speaker, I understand that they tried to cut their way to prosperity. It failed, Mr. Speaker. We took a different approach that has been working for the last 3 years, and that works for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I like history as well, and I can tell you that during the economic crisis, we were able to launch our economy again, save jobs. We had the best performance in the OECD. In 2015, the Prime Minister said very clearly that the budget would be balanced in 2019. Not only was that promise broken, but they have no date to return to a balanced budget. Since 1967, no government has been as irresponsible with public finances. So when will the government balance the budget? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, since 1946, no government has had a worse economic performance than Stephen Harper's government. I would invite the member to review his history. Worst exports in 60 years, worst job growth under the Conservatives because their approach failed. They focused on the rich, sent checks to families of millionaires. They increased the TFSA for the wealthy, and we chose a different approach, which is working and which is closing the income gap.
In the early 2000s, the Conservative government paid off $40 billion of debt because we foresaw the difficult times that were ahead in the global economy. By contrast, while the sun is shining in the global economy, this government is piling up record debt. And now Citibank has produced a report saying that Canada is flashing red warning lights with respect to government debt. We go into this storm ahead more exposed now than ever before. When will the budget be balanced?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I know something of the era that the gentleman was referring to. In 2006, the Conservative government inherited 9 consecutive Liberal surpluses. They inherited $100 billion in fiscal flexibility, and in less than 2 years, they blew it all. Through reckless fiscal policy, they eliminated all the surplus, and they put this country back into deficit again before, not because of, before there was a recession in 2008. The recession made it worse.
Order. 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 We all know it will get very quiet here soon. Perhaps not soon enough. Gentleman member for Carleton.
I know, and that member is very upset because that was back in the era where he helped defeat his government by bungling his way into an RCMP investigation of the leak of income trust back. So, anyway, Mr. Speaker, in the first 2 years before the global economic crisis, the Conservative government paid off $40 billion of debt, which buffered us against the trouble which was ahead. So we came out of the global recession before everyone else and created 1 million jobs. Why are they piling up so much debt now?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, I note the honourable gentleman omits the outcome of the investigation, which was complete vindication, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives created the deficit before there was a recession. The recession made it worse, but they invented the deficit all by themselves, and they never balanced the books ever again. They added $150 billion in new debt. They put 216,000 more people on the unemployment rolls.
Order. If only it were Christmas carols.
The honourable member for Drummond. Order. Speaking of deficit, let's talk about the environmental deficit. Everyone knows that Canada is going to miss its greenhouse gas reduction targets by a wide margin. According to an IPCC report, if Canada wanted to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, well, Canada would have to double these reductions. The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, had said so. We're running out of time. He says that if we don't act now, not only would it be immoral, but it would be suicidal. What are the Liberals waiting for? Will they stop spewing empty words and do something about climate change? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of the Environment.
It takes a threat posed by climate change seriously, and I'm even prouder to see that we're actually taking action to put our commitment during the last election campaign into reality. Mr. Speaker, we're putting a price on pollution that's going to bring emissions down and leave families better off. We're investing historically in Canada's public transit system. We'll have a significant emissions reduction. We are investing in green infrastructure, clean technology, and importantly, we are phasing out coal to get to a place where 90% of our electricity will be generated by renewable resources by 2030, 30 years ahead of time where the Conservatives plan to be.
Yep. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditors General and United Nations have expressed concern that Canada is in danger of missing our 2030 Paris target by a wide margin. So Canada is in no position to be asking others to act. Given weak greenhouse gas reduction targets and a growing number of provinces reneging on their measures, it's become evident the much-touted pan-Canadian framework is just a legal fiction. Instead of calling on other nations to act, will this government take concrete measures now to ensure Canada does our part?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona for the question. I'd like to assure that our government is working with Canadians as we transition to a clean energy future. We have a very serious plan to do our work at home while we're taking a leadership role in the international stage. That plan includes phasing out coal and, as I mentioned before, getting to 90% of our electricity generation from renewable resources by 2030. We're also improving public transit. We're investing in energy efficiency, $56 million in my province of Nova Scotia alone. We are putting people to work in the green economy and bringing our emissions down at the same time.
Yes. The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, Air Force Captain Kimberly Fawcett deployed twice to Afghanistan. Now she's fighting these Liberals to pay for a prosthetic limb, a limb she lost in an accident that killed her infant son, Kieran. Captain Fawcett was carrying out her family care plan with the approval of her commanding officer. She defended our country in Afghanistan, but the Military and Veterans Affairs say they won't pay for her prosthesis. When will the Liberals do the right thing and cover the costs related to her injury, or...
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank Captain Fawcett for her for service to her country, and the hearts go out to the loss that he has suffered. We are committed to making sure that she gets the support that he needs, including for the prosthetic legs and other. Sorry, my apologies, Chief. But also, due to the complexity of the decisions that were made some time ago, this file is complex. However, we will make sure that not only she has the right support, and we will work through that complexity to making sure we do right. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to know that to learn that the minister is going to do something. Captain Kimberly Fawcett had to go to court to get justice. The Minister of Justice has been aware of this case for several months. Why did he wait for her to take her case to court?
Mr. Speaker, we're going to make sure that Captain Fawcett gets the support that she needs. But as I stated, this file was the decisions that were made at a time when the Harper government was in power had made this file extremely complex. I have spoken to members opposite about this, but I have committed to, and we are working towards and making sure that she not only has the right support, we're going to work through the complexity of the file to making sure that she has the support that she needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable order. The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, Kimberly Fawcett is a member of the Canadian Armed Forces in court fighting the Liberals for support for her prosthetic limbs as a veteran. I spoke to the Minister of National Defence about the Fawcett case this summer, but yesterday he told Global News he was just becoming aware of the matter. The Minister knows that's not true. It is not complex, Mr. Speaker. Do the right thing. Captain Fawcett did her duty for Canada. It's time for that minister to do his duty to her.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear. The question that I received was, I learning about the prosthetic leg. Yes, I learned about that yesterday. Obviously, we have been talking about this file for some time, Mr. Speaker, and have been working through this file before, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable member has mentioned it. But if he wants to turn partisan, Mr. Speaker, where was he and where was his leadership at a time when they were in government, when they could have done something about this, Mr. Speaker? We will get something done, because that's what Captain Fawcett deserves.
Order. The honourable member for Durham. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I was not partisan when I reached out to the minister 4 months ago to resolve this case. We spoke about this in September, Mr. Speaker. He said he was seized with it. You know what else he said, Mr. Speaker? He stood with the Prime Minister and said he would never see a veteran go to court for their benefits. They're paying for the benefits of a murderer, Mr. Speaker, but they're hanging Captain Fawcett out to dry. Shame. When will the veterans in that caucus step up and fight for our military?
Order. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Order. Mr. Speaker, yes, we spoke to the member opposite over the summer, and in fact, even yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I reached out to the member to ask his help to reach out to Captain Fawcett so we can get more information. And I appreciate the support for that, Mr. Speaker. What concerning to me, Mr. Speaker, we have been working and trying to resolve this together. But if he wants to make this into a partisan issue, Mr. Speaker, then why did you, sorry, not you, Mr. Speaker, why did he not take action at a time when he had the authority to do so as Minister of Veterans Affairs, Mr. Speaker? We will get this done.
Order. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the fact that Canada is asking for a 5-judge panel to fight a battle that the Nuu-chah-nulth nations have already won, rather than translate that win into meaningful benefits for them, renders words of reconciliation hollow. This is no way to treat their so-called most important relationship. Nuu-chah-nulth nations have a right to catch and sell fish in its own territories and are asking that the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice to live up to their words of reconciliation. Will the Minister cease her efforts to have a 5-judge panel appointed for this appeal right now?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We certainly are working collaboratively with the Housed Nations on the court decision in terms of working towards implementation of the decision of the court. I think the honourable member should know that the appeal of that decision actually is from the First Nations, not from the government. We are actually working collaboratively to address the issue. We will continue to do so and to ensure that we actually meet our obligations under the court decision.
Order.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, Canada has resumed removals to Haiti despite the extreme violence raging there. In my riding and elsewhere in Quebec, members of this community are being removed even though Haiti is extremely dangerous. A moratorium on removals to Haiti should be called at once to avoid putting these people's lives in danger. This government should show some compassion and stop ignoring such violence. When is the minister going to call a moratorium on deportations to Haiti?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the government certainly shares the concern that has been expressed by the honourable member with respect to the situation in Haiti, which is flexible and fluid and subject to constant change. Obviously, the decision to remove someone from Canada to another country is never taken lightly. It is taken with due care and consideration and due process as well. And if the circumstances are not appropriate so that the removal can be done safely, then the removal will not be undertaken.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, CETA has been in effect for 1 year and has had an enormous impact on Canada and specifically my home riding of New Brunswick Southwest. Can the Parliamentary Secretary of International Trade Diversification please update this House on how this agreement has benefited our seafood exporters? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from New Brunswick Southwest for her advocacy on behalf of fishers and seafood exporters. I'm happy to tell her that because of CETA, 96% of the EU tariffs on fish and seafood were eliminated, and the remaining 4% will be phased out over the coming years. The EU is Atlantic Canada's third largest market for fish and seafood, and thanks to CETA, Atlantic fish and seafood now has a significant competitive advantage in Europe compared to U.S. exports. For example, Mr. Speaker, according to Lobster Council of Canada, lobster exports grew by 345% to Spain.
Honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear the Prime Minister doesn't understand the struggles of everyday Canadians.
Not at all.
More than 100,000 unemployed energy workers are struggling to pay their mortgages, heat their homes, and buy Christmas presents for their families. The Prime Minister's solution to this crisis? Empty words, higher taxes, and more unemployment. Crazy. Canadian energy workers don't want EI checks, they want paychecks. That's right. They don't want handouts, they want jobs. That's right. Will this Prime Minister get these people back to work? Will he scrap his No Pipelines Bill C-69?
Amen. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we have and we will always stand with the energy sector and the Canadians who work in that sector. We have approved Enbridge Line 3, which will add more capacity to carry our oil to the U.S. We are moving forward on the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion in the right way, responding to the issues that court has identified. We are supporting Keystone XL. All this being done at the same time, we support workers in time of need through EI benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans want jobs, not handouts. Exactly. Isaac Lubicon of the Woodland Cree First Nation was in Ottawa this week, voicing his opposition to the Prime Minister's shipping ban. The Prime Minister's ban hamstrings Indigenous communities and is the only oil shipping moratorium in Canada. And it's just another example of liberal arrogance. The First Nations want this Prime Minister to stop his Liberals knows best approach. When will this Prime Minister get out of the way of the Indigenous people instead of supporting American oil interests and abandon his disastrous shipping ban?
Well, Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I think only a disconnected politician would call EI a handout. It's an earned benefit that workers have fought for to have.
Yeah.
And we're proud of our record. 36,500 new jobs were created in the last month in Alberta. Net gain of 71,100 full-time jobs since 2015 in Alberta. Yes, we need to do more, and we will deliver more.
Order. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, like leaders of hundreds of other Indigenous communities, the Blood Tribe Chief Roy Fox says most Treaty 7 chiefs, quote, strongly oppose Bill C-69 for its likely devastating impact on our ability to support our community members. A Guelph University professor says Bill C-69 quote, conflicts with the goals of timeliness and transparency, not to mention fairness, while the Pipeline Association says, quote, we expect timelines to be longer, and Martha Hall Finley says it will, quote, increase political influence. All the exact opposite of everything the Liberals claim, so will they scrap their No More Pipelines Bill C-69 before it's too late?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the diversity of opinion among Indigenous communities on how we develop and transport our resources. What we are trying to do is fix a system that was broken in 2012 when the previous government brought changes that gutted the environmental regulations, that destroyed the protection for water and fish, that took away the ability of Canadians to participate in the regulatory process. We are putting a better system in place that allows good projects to move forward in a quicker way.
Good job.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
When Abdul Alhi Hashi Farah was detained a year ago after illegally entering Canada from the United States, he confessed to being part of the notorious Somali outlaw gang and had an outstanding arrest warrant. In spite of this, the government allowed him to go free in our community and allowed him to claim he was fleeing persecution. He was recently arrested as a suspect in armed robberies that he allegedly committed after his release in Canada. Will the Prime Minister review and fix his failed screening processes?
The Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, everyone that comes into this country is subject to vigorous background screening. The information in this case was not available to the IRB when they made the decision, but the man in question has been in custody since June. He is currently being held pending in detention. That detention and removal will take place early in the new year.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals failed to protect workers' pensions and Canadian consumers. Under their watch, rich executives and American hedge fund owners have been profiting from Sears bankruptcy while Canadians are left behind. Sears workers and retirees are forced to fight in court to receive their hard-earned pensions. Now consumers are being told their warranties they purchased at Sears won't be delivered, but they have to pay for it. And if you refuse to pay, then you get a bad credit rating. This is wrong, and the government knows it. Why are the Liberals refusing to protect Canadian workers and consumers from greedy, rich corporations?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question and his work with respects to issues not only at Sears but pensions more broadly. The member opposite full well knows when it comes to pensions, our government has taken a leadership role in advancing that issue. We've talked about supporting retirement security for Canadians. We've brought forward measures with respects to CPP by strengthening CPP. We've also expanded the wage earner protection program as well. And in the 2018 budget, we were very clear that we're going to provide a whole-of-government solution to deal with this issue, to learn from the lessons from Sears, to make sure that these lessons are not repeated going forward, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister is attending an event on gender equality and women's economic participation. Yet his unconstitutional bill, C-89, forced rural and suburban mail carriers back to work for less pay than their male counterparts. And this despite an arbiter's award for pay equity that continues to be ignored by Canada Post. The Prime Minister talks a good game.
Apparently there's a problem with the interpretation into French. Est-ce que ça fonctionne now? It works now into French? Okay. I'll ask the member for London Fanshawe to restart her question if she would.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Prime Minister is attending an event on gender equality and women's economic participation. Yet his unconscionable bill, C-89, forced rural and suburban mail carriers back to work for less pay than their male counterparts. And this despite an arbiter's award for pay equity that continues to be ignored by Canada Post. The Prime Minister talks a good game, but actions speak louder than words. Back-to-work legislation forced postal workers back into inequality. What's so feminist about that?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, we did everything we could to support Canada Post and their members and the workers to get a deal. We appointed Federal Mediation Service at least a year before the talks ended. We appointed a special mediator. We reappointed a special mediator, Mr. Speaker. We moved forward with legislation. We have legislation that is fair and balanced, that takes into account the needs of the workers and the concerns they raise, as well as the financial sustainability of the corporation. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to the arbitrator's work. Thank you.
Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, last election, the Liberals promised to treat scientists with respect, but last week, scientists in the networks of centres of excellence found out about funding cuts in a newspaper article. The Stem Cell Network is working on cures for diabetes, blood cancers, and heart disease. Their funding runs out in 3 months, and they've been told that's it. They've been funded since 2001 for the last 17 years. How's telling scientists about funding cuts in a newspaper article treating them with respect?
The Minister of Science and Sport.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague in his new role and thank him for a question. Our government is committed to science, research, and evidence-based decision-making. That's why we've made the largest investment in research in Canadian history, $4 billion. This historic investment includes the creation of the New Frontiers Research Fund, which will support research that will accelerate the pace of discovery in health, quality of life, and economy. We will take no lessons from the Conservatives who cut scientists.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George. Order. 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 The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs will please come to order. I know he's having a good time, but he should wait for, after the House adjourns for that. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, while approving the dumping of hundreds of millions of litres of raw sewage into our rivers and streams, the Minister of Environment seems intent on shuttering industry in my province. We know she's close to signing a caribou protection deal with the province of British Columbia without even consulting the mayors and regional districts. This deal will kill jobs and put families out of work. Hunter Mill House, Dawson Creek, Chetwynd, Mackenzie, Prince George, Fraser Fort George, Terrace, Tumbler Ridge, Vanderhoof, Pouce Coupe, and Williams Lake. These mayors just want a seat at the table. Why is she ignoring them?
Why?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Conservatives' newfound interest in nature and conservation after 10 years where they slashed budgets. The fact is, in our last federal budget, we had the largest single investment in nature and conservation in the history of our country. The threats facing the boreal and southern mountain caribou in British Columbia is a very serious problem that we need to address. We are moving forward with a plan to work with the provinces, take the feedback of industry, and importantly, engage Indigenous peoples to ensure that our kids and grandkids can see these species in Canada for generations to come.
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Department of National Defence accidentally revealed to the Public Accounts Committee the transfer of the aerospace engineering test establishment from Cold Lake to Ottawa. Despite claims to the contrary, neither the Member of Parliament, the MLA, or the Mayor of Cold Lake were briefed or consulted on the impact of this move, which will see the loss of many high-paying jobs. This is just the latest in this Liberal government's agenda to hurt Alberta every way it can. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Natural Defence, why this attack on Alberta jobs?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Speaker. Nothing could be further from the truth. Cold Lake plays an important role in our NORAD missions, and we are increasing our investments to make sure it continues to play a very important role in this. Unlike the Conservatives, whose 65 jets that they're only one to purchase, Mr. Speaker, would not have not only met our commitments, we are investing into the armed forces with 88 jets, plus an interim purchase, Mr. Speaker, that will also benefit, which will mean more increases. So I'd like to ask my colleague, Mr. Speaker, are they still against the interim purchases because it will bring jobs and more benefits to Cold Lake?
Well, I remind the member for Battle River Crowfoot that, of course, after he asks the question, he's not supposed to keep talking. Right? The honourable member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, our government has been working hard and making significant progress to remove barriers for persons with disabilities and to build a truly inclusive and accessible Canada. Could the Minister of Public Service, Procurement and Accessibility please update this House on our government's progress?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Egmont for raising this very important issue. Last month, with unanimous consent from this House, we passed Bill C-81, the most significant advancement in disability rights since the Charter. With C-81, we're creating a system to identify and remove barriers proactively so that all Canadians, regardless of their disability, can fully participate in society. Canada also recently acceded to the optional protocol for the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, further strengthening the rights of Canadians with disabilities. We are acting and we are working with the disability community, and we are going to build a truly inclusive and accessible Canada.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les-Rables. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, it will go down in history as the time when the Liberals failed to defend supply management. They've made concessions, they've given up sovereignty, they've limited our exports, they sacrificed supply management because they were incapable of negotiating free trade with the Americans. The latest thing they've said is that farmers will have only until January 1st to apply for compensation. Will the government give them more time, or will it continue to demonstrate incompetence?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but it's interesting to get a question like this from my honourable member whose previous government cut $700 million from the agricultural envelope. Mr. Speaker, they cut research, innovation, and everything else they could cut in the agricultural sector to try to balance the book. We have and will continue to defend the supply management system in this country. We have indicated quite clearly we will fully and fairly support our supply management farmers. Mr. Speaker, this government has and will continue to support the agricultural sector.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, high-speed internet access is an extremely important issue in my riding, particularly for the 34 homes along North Pointe-du-Jour Road in Lavaltrie. Like 2 million other Canadians without reliable internet connection, constituents Gilles Auclair and Sylvie Legault don't even have internet that meets minimum CRTC standards. The Liberals have to do more to bridge the digital divide in our region. So when are they going to invest the necessary mums once and for all to fix this problem to provide affordable access to the regions? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Our government understands the importance of high-speed internet, and that is why we presented a program that will create a lot of opportunities in the regions, particularly rural regions, and we will continue to invest in the regions.
Divide, as we've done so with the Connect Innovate program, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre. Mr. Speaker, in the fall economic statement, our government announced an initiative which some are calling a new kind of capitalism. Social finance will help businesses and charities fill the wide open space between business and philanthropy. Organizations such as the Mars Discovery District and the McConnell Foundation say that with this fund, we will be able to generate economic growth while meeting urgent social challenges. On this last day here in the House, could the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development tell the House more about the Social Finance Fund? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank and congratulate the member for Edmonton Centre for his hard work on behalf of his community. He's right. A few days ago, we announced a historic investment of $750 million through the Social Finance Fund, which will create 100,000 new jobs and boost the economy to the tune of $2 billion in the next decade. This will help more families and boost the economy at the same time.
Mr. Speaker, Sean Rain murdered Constable David Winwell out on bail because his extensive criminal history was not presented at the bail hearing. Now, due to a loophole with the Liberals' judicial referral hearing process, it couldn't be presented because it wouldn't be entered into CPIC, the National Police Database, in the first place. I wrote to the Minister of Justice about this issue. What action is the minister taking to close this dangerous loophole?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question, and I have received the correspondence from my honourable colleague across the way, and I will take great care in reviewing that correspondence. The letter is speaking with respect to a bill that we introduced, Bill C-75, which is a bill that seeks to reform the criminal code and improve efficiencies and effectiveness. We are making changes to bail reform. We are looking at administration of justice offences to address delays with the underlying emphasis on public safety, ensuring we respect victims, and ensuring that we have an efficient and effective criminal justice system. I look forward to having further conversations with the honourable member.
The honourable member for Joliette. Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Via Rail is taking $1 billion of our money to have some trains built in California that could be built in La Pocatière. The Liberals are literally just watching the train leave the station. Bombardier came back twice with competitive bids and the support of the Quebec government. Ottawa simply disregarded them. They must have a hate-on for Bombardier and our workers. Who is it in this government who's so determined to have trains that are going to run in Quebec and that could be built in Quebec manufactured in California instead? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I would answer by saying that the individuals who will be taking the train between Quebec City and Windsor will have better accessibility, better comfort, safer trains, and cleaner emissions. The maintenance of these new trains will be done by VIA at their facilities in Toronto and Montreal. I'd also like to add that we have also provided over $150 million for the renovation of part of the facilities in La Pocatière, Montreal, and Gaspé. Now, a member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So they'll be more comfortable than if the trains had been built in La Pocatière, whatever. Bombardier just won a contract in the U.S. this week, and 70% of the work will be done in the U.S. Bombardier has also just won a contract in China, and yes, the trains will be built in China. When Bombardier seals a deal with Germany, yep, you guessed it, the trains get made in Germany. How is it that only Ottawa is incapable of getting multinational corporations to put people to work here when it's our taxpayers footing the bill? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc perhaps doesn't understand how things work with our obligations under free trade deals. VIA is a Crown corporation. They put out a call for tenders. 3 companies bid. The successful bidder put in the best bid with the best available, the best price, and the best product. That's how it works. The criteria were very clearly set out ahead of time, and the decision was made. That's all there is to it. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, precisely, Mr. Speaker. The criteria were the problem. When you have a Crown corporation, you're supposed to take into account economic spin-offs. That's basic. Every time we see these new trains going past, we'll remember that for the member for Westmount, good jobs in the regions wasn't important enough. I can't believe there isn't a single solitary Quebec Liberal standing up for workers in La Pocatière. What's the point of electing MPs who take our tax money to pay for workers abroad? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that $16 million is going to La Pocatière for the Azur trains. And we also shouldn't forget that when we spend taxpayer money, that has to be done responsibly. That's a requirement on us. And in this case, Via Rail chose the product that was at the best price, with the best quality, and the best deliverables. Taxpayers expect us to spend their money responsibly.
Nose Hill is rising on a point of order, rising out of question period.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I write on a point of order on a matter of a minister misleading this House. When I raised the issue of the failed screening of Abdullahi Hashi Farah, the minister told the House that officials did not have information about Mr. Farah's criminal past prior to rendering decision. But a CBC article published this morning reported that Mr. Farah confessed to having an extensive criminal history prior. Given this, Mr. Speaker, I would like the minister to apologize to the House and to commit to a review of their failed screening processes.
This does sound like debate. I don't see the minister rising. Honourable member for Carleton is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order emanating from earlier in the week when I attempted to table the Liberal platform. And unfortunately, some members of the other side thought, if I could finish, Mr. Chair, that I was tabling another platform. It's their platform. So I asked for their unanimous consent to show they promised a balanced budget in 2019. Thank you.
Is there unanimous consent? No, there is no unanimous consent. Order, order, order. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith is rising on a point of order, rising out of question period.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a moment, I'll be seeking the consent of the House for a motion. Because the abandoned vessel legislation, which would prevent oil spills and pollution on the coast, is ready to go, and because the amendments proposed by the Senate would add the additional protection of ensuring that any efforts to remove abandoned vessels would not disturb war graves of men and women who serve this country, I am hopeful that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-64, an act respecting wrecks, abandoned, dilapidated or hazardous vessels and salvage operations, be now read a second time and concurred in.
Remember, have unanimous consent of the House proposed the motion? No, there is no unanimous consent. Pursuant to order made earlier today, Mr. Nater, seconded by Mr. O'Toole, moves that an order of the House to issue for a copy of the guest list for the reception which occurred at the residence of the High Commissioner of Canada in India in New Delhi on February 22, 2018. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor? Oh, Lord. Ah, yes. You better call on the members, I guess. Especially those two. Well. So glad we asked the two whips to do that. All those in favor of the motion will please rise. All those in favor.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berton.
Mr. Berton.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lozon Stormatunda South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon Stormatunda Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Those opposed, the motion will please rise.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lauzon Argentin La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon Argentin La Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr.
Ms.
Cusner.
Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est Île des Sœurs.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anderson Sangri.
Mr. Anderson
Mr.
Sangri.
Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lemoda.
Mr. Lemoda.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Savers Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Moth.
Mr. Moth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Coury.
Mr. Coury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Sede.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Said.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Yeas pour 97, 97. Nays contre 162, 162.
Declare the motion defeated. Lord adopted plutôt.
Pursuant to order adopted earlier today, the House will now vote on the motion to adopt the Senate amendment on C-76. The question is as follows. Ms. Gold, seconded by Ms. Mossett, moves that the amendment made by the Senate to Bill, may I dispense? Agreed.
Seconded by Mr. Godin. Move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The order for the consideration of the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments be discharged and the bill withdrawn. The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gaudu.
Ms. Gaudu.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Blaney. Bellechasse des Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Oglinski.
Mr. Oglinski.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitbois-Taylor.
Ms. Petitbois-Taylor.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr.
Ms.
Easter.
Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Murray. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest des Sardes.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-est de Sardes.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr.
Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoura.
Mr. Lamoura.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinney-Gatineau.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar
Mr.
Chavan.
Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. De Bruzen.
Mr. Brusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Mr. Elcoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Elfson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamatis Matin Matipédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Lamatis Matin Matipédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Sede.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yep.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Suite.
Blaney North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Lavardière.
Madame Lavardière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir. Yeas pour 68, 68. Nays contre 189, 199.
Je déclare l'amendement rejeté.
I declare the amendment defeated.
On the main motion, the question is as follows. Shall I dispense? It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas kind of have it. All those in favor of the motion will please. All the Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Speaker. In the spirit of the season, I think if you seek it, you will find consent to apply the result of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting joyously in favor.
Upon the Honourable Joyous Member for Chilliwack HoC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merry Christmas. Conservatives agree to apply and will be voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Now, in Moliere's language, I will say Merry Christmas, and the NDP agrees to apply and will vote in favor. Honourable Member for Joliette. The Bloc Québécois members agree to apply the motion, and I will vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Speaker. The CCF agrees to apply and will vote yes.
Yeas pour 257, 257. Nays contre 0, aucun.
Des joyeuses fêtes.
Happy holidays.
And I declare the motion carried.
Yeah, same to you.
Allard.
Order.
Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley is rising on a question of privilege. Order.
Control your numbers. Thank you very much. I noticed there's some concern about photo taking in the gallery, Mr. Speaker, but I rise on an important point of privilege pursuant to Standing Order 48.1. I very much appreciate that members are keen to return to our constituencies and our family, yet I think this is a point of privilege that will be of interest to some members. Recently, as of course, Mr. Speaker, you will well know, the member from St. Leonard St. Michel stood in his place to defend previous absences from Parliament. You gave us a ruling earlier this week. We were looking over the member's comments, which were at times passing strange, but importantly, in the midst of those comments, he likely misled Parliament, and that, if found in a prima facie case of privilege, would lead to the very serious charge of contempt of Parliament if the members of the Procedure and House Affairs were to find so. In response to the questions of the member's long absence from Parliament, he gave a speech in which he, in defending his behaviour, declared something, and I will quote from the member from St. Leonard Michel. He said, I will ask members to refrain. I am quoting here, "I am not collecting a salary from the House of Commons." He repeated this assertion many times in his speech. You referred to it actually in your own ruling, Mr. Speaker. Just by circumstance, a fellow colleague, another member of Parliament, had written to your office about the possibilities of such a procedure in which a member of Parliament who is still occupying a seat forgoes salary, as the member from St. Leonard St. Michel claims. She was written back by the good officials that work for behalf of all of us, and in quoting the Parliament of Canada Act, said, and I'll quote, "The Parliament of Canada Act is clear in our obligation to make payment until a member retires or resigns." So, in fact, what the member from St. Leonard Michel did in defending his 8-month absence from the House of Commons said, as part of his justification, "I have not been receiving a salary." That is factually impossible, as you will now know, Mr. Speaker. You either are a member of Parliament or you are not. If you are a member of Parliament, you receive salary. If that is true, and the member from St. Leonard Michel spoke in this place, so I assume he is still a member of Parliament and has been for some months. He did not retire. He did not resign. He is still receiving a salary. Now, the documentation I have in hand and very happy to submit for your consideration. Now, we also know the House of Commons Procedure and Practice 2nd edition says the following. Misleading a minister or a member has also been considered a form of obstruction and thus a prima facie breach of privilege. And on page 141, 19th edition of Erskine and May, conspiracy to deceive either House or committees of either House will also be treated as a breach of privilege. It is of some historical moment, of some sense of irony, as this place begins to shut down, that a Liberal member stood in this place, and there's much that divides us here, Mr. Speaker. but there's a few things that unite us. And one of the things that unite us is to try our level best, regardless of partisan interest, to maintain the respect and dignity of this place. And when members come before us, when members take their place, as you know, Mr. Speaker, and knowingly mislead the House, it is the obligation of all members to call that member of Parliament to account. We listened very carefully to the words of the member from Montreal, who told us last spring he was resigning, then did not, then returned the same day of your ruling to give an impassioned, somewhat sometimes coherent speech as to why he couldn't have been here. Other work took him away, yet he still received his pay. He still received the benefits of being a member of Parliament, despite the fact that he never showed up for a day of work. And for most Canadians watching that, they're offended. They're further offended if they find out in the argument and the justification of that absence, the member then went to mislead the House, suggesting that he had not received his pay, and that we find out from the House of Commons administration themselves that is not a possibility. He's entitled to his own opinions and his own so-called work ethic, but he is not entitled to his own facts. And the facts of this matter are clear. We present this to you humbly on the last day that this House convenes, that you may in fact find that prima facie case, and we will move the according privilege motion with great enthusiasm. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley for raising his question privilege, which I will consider and examine the situation and the record and come back to the House in due course, obviously in the West Block when we're there. Honorable Schlega.
Honourable Member Schlega. Mr. Speaker, I said last night at 6 o'clock, but at 6 o'clock last night there weren't many people in the House, so once again I would like to thank everyone who makes us look so good on TV, the people who work with us, the security services, people who feed us every day, people at the table, everyone who works with us, obviously you too, Mr. Speaker, and those who work with you, all my colleagues from all parties, thank you for the work that you do. Through you, Mr. Speaker, obviously. And I would like to wish everyone a very happy holidays. The pages, I try not to forget anyone, but I surely have. But thank you very much to everyone. Happy holidays, and be very careful during the holidays and get some rest. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Schlega.
Let me make sure we don't forget the folks who will be working hard to prepare, who have been working hard to prepare the West Block and who will work on this building, but also those who will be doing the move, which will be a big job over the next number of weeks. Now, member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to ask that you will indulge us when we return to this place or to the next place to return to the point of privilege brought by the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. We appreciate his well-documented research. We support what he said. We reserve the right, would request the right to come back and to add to that. I think you can. I think all members of Parliament should be concerned about what is drawn to our attention through these words. They are very serious allegations. We believe that there is a possibility that we may need to add to them.
I thank the member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie. I see no problem with that. Of course, we expect it to be done in short order after the House resumes in the new location. It being 3:42 p.m., pursuant to order made earlier today, the sitting is suspended to the call of the chair for the sole purpose of royal assent. Best wishes to all, and thanks especially to all the people who look after us and do such a great job in this place, especially these guys. Will now resume.
Mr. Speaker, a message from Her Excellency, the Governor General. Monsieur le Président, un message de Son Excellence, la Gouverneure Générale.
Admit the messenger. Faites entrer le messager.
Mr. Speaker, it is the pleasure of Her Excellency the Governor General that this honourable House attend her immediately in the chamber of the Senate. Monsieur le Président, c'est le plaisir de Son Excellence la Gouverneure Générale que cette honorable Chambre se rende immédiatement auprès d'elle dans la salle du Sénat.
J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir.
I have the honor to inform the House that when the House did attend Her Excellency, the Governor General in the Senate chamber, Her Excellency was pleased to give, in Her Majesty's name, the royal assent to certain bills.
When the House did attend Her Excellency, the Governor General in the Senate chamber, Her Excellency was pleased to give, in Her Majesty's name, the royal assent to certain bills. C-47, to amend the Export and Import Permits Act and the Criminal Code, amendments permitting the accession to the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments. C-47, loi modifiant la loi sur les...
C-47, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act and the Criminal Code, amendments permitting the accession to the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments.
C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures.
C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures.
C-90, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2019. C-90, loi pour...
C-90, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019.
Criminal Code and Department of Justice Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act. C-51, loi...
C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act.
C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act. C-21.
C-21, an act to amend the Customs Act.
76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments.
C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments.
Texte législatif. And now we are about to leave this beautiful chamber, in this magnificent edifice, this building that means so much to all of us and to all Canadians. Long may it stand. Pursuant to order made earlier this day, the House stands adjourned until Monday, January 28, 2019, at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House stands adjourned until Monday, January 28, 2019, at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.